Welcome, everyone. This is a committee of the whole meeting of the municipality of the County of Annapolis. We'll start with the roll call. District 1. District 2. We have an email from Councillor Cotw saying he won't be at the meeting today. District 3, Alan Parrish. District 4. District 5.
Lynn Longmire.
District 6.
Alec Morrison.
District 7.
David Hudson.
District 8.
Michael Gunn.
District 9.
Wendy Sheridan.
District 10. Red Redden. And District 11.
Diane Young.
Thank you, everyone. So for those of you watching at home, we have 3 councillors that are on video, on Zoom with us today. I'm not exactly certain how that shows up on the screen, but that's where we are today. Second item on the agenda is the disclosure of interest. If anyone has already detected something that they may have a conflict in, they should declare it now. Seeing none, we'll move on to the approval of the agenda. I've got two matters to raise to your attention. First of all, we're going to bring an issue with respect to the CAO selection working group, and that'll go under new business under 7.4, and that's an amendment of the selection working group. And 5.11, Seaside Communications payment. We've determined that may involve some negotiations with respect to that invoice. So we're moving that at this point to the in-camera portion of the meeting today. Are there any other matters with respect to the agenda? Councillor Red?
September Committee of the Whole, you requested a report in October, Committee of the Whole, a review of waste contracts. You didn't see anything.
That's going to be dealt with in camera.
Okay.
It's under contract negotiations under in camera.
That's the same for me.
You had the same question?
Yes.
Anything else with respect to the agenda?
Yes.
Move to approve.
Move to approve the agenda by the Deputy Warden. Is there a seconder? Councillor Longmire seconds. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed, no. Motion's carried. Next is the approval of the minutes. The minutes of the Committee of the Whole held on September the 13th, 2022 have been circulated. Any comments with respect to the minutes? Councillor Longmire, I see your hand moving.
I don't
I don't know if it's up.
Yes, just a typo.
Maybe you could advise the clerk afterwards, but
Sure. Thank you.
Deputy Warden, you want to?
No, Councillor Morrison had his hand up here.
I'm sorry. Councillor Morrison?
I'll wait till after the approval of the minutes.
Okay. Do you want to make a motion to approve the minutes?
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, moved by the Deputy Warden to approve the minutes as circulated. Discussion?
Second.
Oh, a seconder for the motion, Councillor Sheridan. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed? No. Motion's carried. Now, Councillor Morrison, you wish to have the floor?
Thank you. I'd like to draw the attention of my colleagues and the public to the recent death of Tom Nelson, who served his county as a councillor in the past. And I would just like to have everyone aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Should we have a vote on silence?
I beg your pardon?
Second floor vote in silence or anything?
No, I don't think so. Next, we get to staff reports. There's an information report regarding capital project progress, and that's pages 13 and 14 of our package. It was a pleasure to see this report. Are there any It's brought forward by Mr. Young. Mr. Young, is there anything you'd like to say to add before we have a discussion?
I guess not really, other than you'll notice some of the places, like Raven Haven, we had a good discussion when we were out there with council regarding the future, and I think I'll talk with Dawn and we'll come back with another plan maybe for Raven Haven to present some options to council. But most of the work that's been done out there today has been done by staff. So we had budgeted to do a whole bunch of work, and right now we're hoping to get that another section, but that might amount to 20,000. So there'll be some extra potentially money sitting there. The capital equipment plan, you'll notice those have all been purchased. So we're, other than buying the lights for a few trucks and stuff, that money is remaining in those budgets. And everything else is the way it is.
Okay, thank you, Rick. We appreciate this. Now, comments and questions from councilors? Councilor Redden?
I see we get a little over half our capital budget unspent so far, about midpoint in the year. And I'm curious if we still expect to complete all these by year end.
Mr. Young, can you respond to that?
Yes, sure. I can go down the whole list and give you kind of a status of where I think we might
I don't know if we need to do that. I think he's just looking for the general.
In general, under the headings, when I do that real quick, we anticipate spending most of the money in the general government services. Environmental services, we're done, other than boarding up the building, the house that's on the property. Transportation services, we still have work to do, and that'll be finished. Source water protection, other than wait for preliminary costs, because I suspect most of these costs for these projects that we did to ICIP were done pre-COVID. The costs went in. We've noticed costing post-COVID up at least 50% now or more. In Halifax area, it may not be as bad here, but we noticed the prices in Queen Street went up quite a bit based on the original estimate. So I don't want to begin that project, do the engineering design until I get an estimate from a renewed estimate. So whether we spend that or not, that's not money on us. The wastewater capital improvements are underway, and I suspect we will utilize that money. Queen Street obviously will be done. We'll talk about that a little later. Jubilee Park will be done. Sports Hub, we're going to finalize that. We're hoping to have the work done because it can be done when the weather's cool. And I talked to council about a plan for accessibility there when we were over on the site and stuff. So I don't know if that gives you any indication, but.
Councilor Redden?
Further questions? I have one more specific. We've got asset manager software and implementation line 3. The budget's $100,000. If I recall initially, that was 2 separate contracts of different amounts than $100,000. So I was curious what.
Yeah, we're working through that. Staff are taking training, so it's a matter of purchasing a package and program. That's where most of the money would be allocated, and to pay consultant to help put together the program for asset management folks.
So one of those was about physically locating the assets.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's
part of
done.
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's underway.
Thanks.
Councilor Dardo?
Just one specific, this general and then specific, there's a bit of a lack of details on this, so we know where things stand. I guess I'll just pick on one particular for now. It's my constituents in Hillside Driver. They're very concerned about the speed of the project for that water system. And it says on here, what's it specific? It says it's, under, it says it's preliminary costing review underway. Well, that's pretty vague. Is there any estimated time that information will be solidified?
I suspect this week. I suspected to have an email by now from them because I don't want to spend taxpayers' dollars if I know the project would be 500,000 rather than the budget of 395. That's a different discussion. We have to meet with the public, like the people impacted again and such. So that's my only concern. If it comes in that ballpark, we'll go ahead.
Okay, so soon.
Yeah. Look, I can let everybody know when I hear it.
Yeah.
Because we're pretty much ready to go.
Yeah. I can. You can always chew on the frustration of the page on the screen. Like related to that. The sooner we can get some feedback, better answer.
Yep. I appreciate that.
Finished? Mr. Hopkins, are you able to put that page on the screen?
Pardon?
Are you able to put this capital progress report on the screen?
Page 14.
Page 14. To the people watching.
It's going to be sideways.
Well, better than nothing, I guess. Oh, wow. Thank you for trying.
Sure.
I have unless somebody else wants to go, I have a question. No, Councillor Longmire, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. The Sports Hub capital improvements. So the lease of the tractor, does that get factored in here, or is that another part of something else?
I think Mr. Young knows the answer.
The lease of the tractor would be operational. So, yeah, we plan to address that this fiscal, providing we have operational money to terminate, because we have enough equipment to manage the sports hub without the tractor.
Thank you.
Councillor Hudson?
Yes, just a little update. What is the current completion date for Queen Street?
We can talk a little more detail, but they're pouring sidewalks now.
But can you give us
I'm thinking within a month, because the asphalt needs to be down, the pressure will be on. The asphalt company, Dexter's, will want to put it down prior to weather turns cold on a regular basis. So I can't give you a finite date right today, but if they can finish off the sidewalks and the curb, the asphalt could go down right away.
anybody else? Deputy Warden?
Thank you so much. And it's only for clarification. Harderfield Crescent, that's in Cornwallis.
Correct.
And that job was started, just not quite finished yet.
Correct.
Thank you.
There's more work to do.
Okay, thank you. That's all I really wanted to know. And the Bear River Water Extension, I see no funds down for that, so we don't know where we stand with that. We haven't got a design.
For council's information, we have a preliminary design, but for council's information, I did put a request into ICIP, and I'm waiting to hear back on the status of where our projects are, and also if they entertain, for example, if Hillsides comes in a lot higher than we anticipate, will they allow us to apply for more funding to help us with that project? And I don't have a response back from them.
Thank you.
So if I could follow up with respect to Bear River. So there's nothing in the capital budget because we don't have approval from the funding sources. And once we get approval, then we put it in the budget. So if we get approval just after we've fixed a budget, then do we have to wait the next year to budget the expense?
It all depends how they can allocate the money to us. So if they approve it now, they may not say to begin the work until next spring. They have their funding windows.
Yeah.
So I think this fall is a funding window for ICIP funding. They had ours from before, hoping we hear a favorable response before then. But it'd be pretty hard to start cutting asphalt and digging this time of year down there.
Okay. Anybody else? The other question I have, I'll address it to Mr. Young. Under the administration building renovation, At one point, there was a plan to expand the parking lot on the west side. Is that still a go, or where are we on that?
Well, that's still a goal, but that was never adopted or approved by council or anything, so I haven't come forward with that until we decide what we're gonna do on all the other buildings. Meaning, we did the tour, what are we gonna do, and I'll bring a plan forward with suggestions and options on what we would do with all our public works facilities and where we go. But I didn't put anything in there, and I was hoping that if we had extra money in our capital, I'd come forward to council to say, we have this extra money in capital. It's about $40,000 to gravel the parking lot in that area that we want to do. Can we go ahead and use that money for that?
I thought it might have been part of the building renovation.
No, it was never part of the building renovation.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. That was simply an information report. So we'll go on to 5.2, dangerous and unsightly practices. And there's a report from Ms. Mason at page 15. The recommendation is that there be no change to our current policy. So I don't think that really requires a motion, but I invite comments with respect to the proposal. Councillor Sheridan.
I'd still like to be able to be the person as a councillor to come forth. So I would like to see a little bit of a change, yes, so councillors can come forth and make that complaint themselves, because there are people that just don't feel comfortable making the complaint on their own. So I don't have a problem making a complaint. I don't have a problem stepping out if I have to step out because of a conflict. So that's where I sit on that.
Deputy Warden.
Thank you. I see at the end of it there are options. The lower two options in consideration. And I would be certainly open to option 2. I'm not open to option 1, no change to the current policy. And when I read through the background information, the second bullet, history of staff working with complaints have shown that the majority of complainants have already spoken with their neighbor and were unable to resolve the matter. Well, in a lot of cases, if I go speak to my neighbor about the condition of his property, well, I've just made a bad neighbor. I've just made a bad neighbor. And then if we go into the third bullet, the accused may also presume that the complainant based on what is seen relative to where their closest neighbor is located. Well, I do question that whole statement, but given that statement, it's better for the counselor to make the complaint. That way it gets dealt with. And the counselor, I believe that is his job, is to not just stand by and wait for the public or a complaint from the community. But it's our job to look after our community, as far as I'm concerned. And if there's an unsightly property in my district, well, then I should be able to make a complaint about it, because a lot of the people in my district who have unsightly properties, they're really quite nervous of the person with the unsightly property in a lot of cases. So it's much better for us to be able to do that, to be able to make a complaint for the community. That's our job, I believe. So when it comes to the options in the end, I would go with option 2.
Okay, yes. I'm prepared to make a motion myself in that regard, if you want to, if it's okay for me to take my turn to do that. So would you take the chair?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to make a motion that we remove section 5.2 from our dangerous and unsightly premises policy. So if someone would second that, it's not in your package. I'll read it. If someone would second the motion, then I'll speak to the motion. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so used to my mistake. I apologize.
Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Sheridan?
So, I'll read section 5.2. 5.1 talks that reporting of a dangerous or unsightly property can be made by a resident or ratepayer. And then it goes on. 5.2 says, as councillors may ultimately be required to serve as jury in a dangerous or unsightly premises appeal, all residents or ratepayers wishing to register a complaint in regard to an unsightly or dangerous premises matter should contact the administrator. The implication being, you shouldn't contact the councillor. So I think if we remove 5.2 from the policy, we're left with simply that the report can be made by a resident or ratepayer, which of course includes a councillor. So having said that, there are a few other things with respect to the report in front of you that I'd like to comment on. I agree with the comments of the deputy warden. In practice, if I had a resident come to me and say, look, I think Mr. X down the road has an unsightly premise, but I'd rather not make a bad neighbor. Would you come and would you file a complaint for me? Well, the first thing I would do is I'd go look at it. Right? And if I felt that it was dangerous or unsightly, then I'd step up to the plate and file a complaint. And if I didn't, I'd say, I don't know if that really qualifies. I think if you want to file a complaint, you should do it yourself. I think that's the reality of it. So I think I'm echoing in a way the deputy warden's words, that we have a duty to step forward if it's a situation that requires it. There are a few other things. In the report, there's a suggestion that by the councillor filing the report, he's taking sides. I don't think a councillor is taking sides. The councillor is going to look at it and make his own decision. And then at the end, the last sentence on the first page says the administrator should have someone to contact to discuss resolution. Well, I don't think that's the way this works. If somebody files a complaint with respect to an unsightly premise, it's really not like a civil matter between the complainant and what I'll call the accused, because that's the word used here. It's a more formal process than that. There are dangerous and unsightly premise provisions in the MGA, so it's a very formal procedure. And we appoint an administrator to be the person that, I'll use the word, runs our dangerous and unsightly program. That administrator has certain responsibilities. The administrator goes out and determines if the administrator's view the property is dangerous or unsightly. And that's what matters. It's the administrator that makes that decision. And if the administrator feels it's dangerous or unsightly, then the administrator goes through the process of providing notice and working with the accused. It's not a question of resolving it with the complainant. It's up to the administrator. The administrator is the person that has the ultimate responsibility to decide if the property has been cleaned up enough, not the complainant. If the accused isn't happy with the process, the accused right is to appeal. So what I'm saying is that the administrator does not have someone to contact, does not need to have someone to contact to resolve the dispute. Although she's free to contact the person and have a discussion if she wants, but that's not the way the statute reads. By removing 5.2, which I've read, we basically just leave 5.1 as saying the reporting can be made by a resident or a ratepayer, which includes a councillor. And then we leave it up to the councillor as to how the councillor wishes to respond. If he runs into a situation where a resident wishes to make a complaint but wants to go through the councillor, that'll be up to the councillor how he wishes to conduct himself, but he has every right to do it if he wants, and if he doesn't want to, he can take another course. So those are my comments with respect to my motion to remove 5.2.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on that?
Right here.
Oh, good morning, Diane. Councillor LeBlanc?
Good morning. Not that I disagree with what has been said. However, first question I have is 5.2. Does that come from the MGA, directly from the MGA? Yes or no?
Not directly.
No.
I didn't hear that.
Not directly.
No, it does not come directly from the MGA?
No.
Okay, so it could be removed. Okay, so however, as I'm listening and reading this and listening to our warden, nothing that I've heard so far, as a counselor, I've been brought in by different people to ask and call our administrator to see about certain places, just because it doesn't put me in the middle. It's just I've received this person and I tell that person to also call the administrator because they have the most background. It's no different than any other subject. So I have to go see to be able to report. So I didn't see that there was a conflict of any kind, but being a taxpayer, as it says, we're covered. However, somehow we seem to think that 5.2 is a problem. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Over here.
Oh, Councillor Barrett. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you. Not sure if it's directly related or not, but I thought might be the point to throw it in there. There's controversy on how much involvement the councillor has in these situations and how that relates to the public or to the people in the community and the neighbors. And without going back and reading and digesting, I think maybe something's covered in there, but I don't think it is. But memory is always bad thing following a lot of times. Yes, could we, in this amendment process, we remove one paragraph and maybe we can replace it with something and say that the councillor in the district of the complaint be kind of removed from votes or anything related to it, so they won't show bias to one neighbor or the other, because you're kind of put on a spot that you're supporting one side or the other, and I don't think that's right, that you get involved and it be assumed that you're picking on one person or the other. You know, they're all your constituents. How do you address that? I think there's a bit of a concern, and we should address it, as to maybe that the councillor in the district of the complaint would only be the conduit and nothing else, and not the complainer or not associated with the complainer or the respondent. So I don't have, and I'm not sure that it relates particularly to this motion of removing 5.2, or there's some gray area there, or whether it's brought up separately as a motion to add a point related to that that might simplify or take some of the pain out of the process. I'm open to response to that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Councillor Sheridan.
So in regards to that comment, I believe it was just mentioned that the administrator would go and see the site and she would make the determination whether it is unsightly or dangerous. Once we put our complaint in, and correct me if I'm wrong, she goes out, looks at it, and determines if she has to move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else?
Councillor Prout has
Councillor Burke.
Thank you. I guess my comment would be that when I've received calls about unsightly premises, I've followed the procedure as it has been, which is to contact the staff person who is in charge of it, and that has always worked well. I've spoken with the complainant, and as Councillor LeBon has stated, also suggested that they should contact the person in charge of this bylaw. And in the 3 years that I've been at this, it's worked out well. I don't have any problem if someone calls and is really not wanting to get involved with a neighbor over an issue. I mean, I have no issue. I have no problem with contacting our manager and saying they don't want to come forward. They're really nervous about this. I don't mind fielding the complaint. But, excuse me, I still say, I think what we have works well, but I'm certainly willing to follow the will of council on this. If whatever the majority decides is fine with me. I do think what we have now works very well. But anyway, those are my thoughts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else?
If I could just respond to Councillor Prout.
Yes, sir.
By removing 5.2, we don't change anything the way he's dealt with things in the past at all that I can see.
I don't know. Oh, Councillor.
I just would like to ask the mover and seconder if it's okay if I add 7-day notice at the end of that motion.
Yes.
Thanks.
Yes, Councillor, or Joe, you want? I think you have a hand up, Jordan.
Oh, Councillor LeBlanc.
Hi, thank you. Having said what the warden has just replied to, it doesn't make a difference. My question is, so what's the purpose of digging it out? And I find that it's difficult to hear, so if you're repeating yourself, I apologize to begin with.
I think I can.
I take it that was directed at me, I think.
I'll let you answer.
As I said, the implication in 5.2 is that a councillor should not be the complainant. That's the implication.
Okay.
And the whole, I think it was Councillor Sheridan that brought it up last time that we wanted clarification on this issue, because if that's what our policy reads, that the councillor should not be the person contacting the administrator, we want to make sure as a councillor, if we feel it's appropriate, that we're not violating the policy.
Thank you. I have to say that most of us will, I'll say I've probably gone against that rule because I've contacted to help constituents in my area. So therefore, if it's not part of the MTA, okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else? Any other comments? Hearing none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes?
Yes. All those against say nay. It looks like it was unanimous. Thank you very much, Council. I'll turn the chair back over to you, Warden.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. All right, we're down to 5.3, publication and signage policy amendment on page 17 to 32. Would you like to put that, there is a recommendation from staff, Deputy Warden, I'd like to put that on the floor.
Recommendation that Municipal Council amend AM-7.3.1 publication and signage policy by changing the name of the policy, AM-7.3.1 promotion and publication policy, to make the changes in the policy as circulated, 7-day notice.
Is there a seconder for that? Councilor Morrison seconds. Discussion? Councilor Reddy.
I would like to move and refer it to a ad hoc committee. Broadly, it needs proofreading, which I don't think is best served by our time here, nor is proofreading with 11 people terribly effective. And then I think that's mostly it.
He's bringing a motion to refer this to an ad hoc committee.
Which ad hoc committee?
Pardon me?
Which ad hoc committee?
Well, it would be a new ad hoc committee that we would create, I guess, today. Would we, Councilor Reddy, is that the idea?
A working group, not an ad hoc
We
committee?
could do a working group.
Working group.
Yeah. There's already a working group for a policy,
There's not.
or we have an ad hoc committee for a different policy. I'm just saying we could shuffle it to them if we wanted to burn them.
Which group is that?
It came in town.
Oh, did it already?
If there was a group looking at a policy, it was only for that policy.
Okay, so it's our HR policy, I think. Yeah, then refer it to a working group.
Could you give us just a little more detail without going through all the grammatical points you want to make, just some idea of...
Well, I mean, there's grammatical issues, and then the one, there's organizations promoting religious or spiritual beliefs with exception of community suppers. So I don't know if that means we're, that's in 5.2, which is already a thing we don't do. And
Raise a point of
we have
order.
double negatives and
No, I raise a point of order.
Oh, point of order, sorry.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor dealing with this document.
Right.
What my colleague is doing is we changed the motion entirely. It's in opposition to the motion. And I suggest that one way to go is to deal with the motion and see how that works out. And then Councillor Redden can proceed with his motion and the establishment of a working group.
It would seem to me that when a motion's on the floor, there's an ability to either adjourn it to a specific day or by referring it to a committee or I don't know if I have the complete procedure. I have my Robert's Rules of Order sheet here, but whether it's framed to adjourn it to another day, I think that's an appropriate motion. It might be better framed. And in the meantime, to have a committee, I understand your comment, but I do think there is a procedure in the middle of a motion to have the matter delayed or referred before it comes back. So I think I'll entertain the motion, but we need a seconder for the motion to refer to a committee.
Has a motion been made in a format to refer to a...
It's a motion to refer the motion on the floor to a committee or to he can attach a certain day for it to come back.
I'll second that.
Okay. Councillor Redden has given some indication of some of the issues that he has, and I assume that there are others, and his sense is that it would be better to have a committee look at it and refer it, have it come back to council, so we don't spend our time going over all these changes. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion to refer? Councillor Barlow?
Was 5.3 moved and seconded? Or is it just being discussed?
It was moved and seconded.
What is 5.3? What, I'm not sure what the word is.
5.3, the promotion and publication policy.
There was a mover and a seconder on item 5.3, yes. Then there was a motion to refer to a working group that was moved and seconded.
Any other discussion on the motion to refer to the working group? Councillor Barlow?
I think we have to deal with one tonight, right? We can't call them motions, can we? Unless it's an amendment to a motion.
No, what we're doing is we're
Is that okay? Thank you.
Councilor LeBlanc?
Could I get this motion that we have on the floor, please?
It is to refer to a working group to review grammar, section 5.2, etc.
5.3, isn't it?
Could be 5.3, I thought I heard 5.2.
My example of editing that needed to be done was from 5.2 of the policy, whereas this is 5.3 on the
But it's
agenda.
five, yeah.
It leads to confusion.
Does that answer your question, Councilor LeBlanc?
Yes, it does, except when I go back to the first motion, we had two things in the motion. To accept the name, to rename the policy, and to make the changes. So I'm thinking renaming it is not a problem. The changes, there will be some discussions to be had, I agree, because there's a lot there. And so are we going to just eliminate that and just move the other one up?
If I could, Councilor LeBlanc, as I see the situation on the floor, is that Councilor Redden has suggested that time would be better served by dealing with his grammatical and typo issues by way of committee and reporting. Now, council may feel that they would rather go have him bring up those issues today. We can defeat the motion to refer, and then Councilor Redden will begin bringing out his different issues with respect to the grammar of the proposed changes in the policy. That's the issue before council.
Okay, so I don't have any opposition to having the group doing this. However, is there a timeline to coming back?
Not yet. Not yet.
Is that not yet?
Not yet. There could be.
I think it should be indicated in the motion of some
Would
sort.
you like to suggest a time for it to come back, Councilor LeBlanc?
If I could jump in for a moment, please.
Yeah.
If you decide to go with the working group, you could do another one that has the makeup of the group and the timeline, whereas council may not decide in favor of sending it to a working group. So if you decide on sending it to a working group, you can have an additional motion on a time frame and a makeup.
Is that satisfactory to you, Councilor LeBlanc?
Yes, but I don't want to change the motion that Councilor Redden has. Maybe he has a timeline and
Well, he hasn't put one on the floor yet. That's all I can say. That's not going to be up to him. He's the maker of the motion, not me. So the motion on the floor currently is to refer it to a working group, an ad hoc working group. Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, then I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes. 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 Opposed, no. Sorry, Councilor LeBlanc. How did you vote?
I would, yes. My vote is yes.
Okay.
And I'm wondering, are we going to set it
Yes,
maybe now?
Right now, we will set the parameters of the working group.
Okay.
We'll ask who wishes to volunteer to be on the working group and when it should report. Do I have volunteers for the working group? Councilor Redden, obviously. Anybody else? Councilor Longmire? Anyone else? Councilor LeBlanc, thank you. I think 3 would be sufficient. And would someone around the table like to suggest a report time? Councilor Redden?
November, the whole.
Committee of the whole. So I think we should probably formalize it with a motion to do that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, please.
So Councilor Redden, would you like to move that you, Councilor Longmire, Councilor LeBlanc form the working group and that you report at the November Committee of the Whole?
Yes.
Is there a seconder to that motion? Council Deputy Warden seconds. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes. Yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion's carried. Thank you. Okay, 5.4. Affects grooming and kennel boarding application to amend the development agreement. There's a mic there, that's at page 33.
Was that ready? Gordon?
Put that on the floor.
Yes, sir. Recommendation that municipal council consider the application submitted by Harry Wilson on September 28, 2022 to amend the development agreement for Macbeth's Grooming and Kennel Boarding to allow for the future expansion of the business and adopt a public participation process involving the referral of the application to the East End Area Advisory Committee and Planning Advisory Committee, PAC, for their review and recommendation, and hold a PAC-sponsored public meeting near the community of Meadowvale on Wednesday, November 16, 2022 at 7 p.m. Location to be announced.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Sheridan seconds. Discussion? Councillor Bardo?
Just want some clarification. Looking at the map in the area of Dartmouth, it looks like there's no road access to that property. It's access from the neighbor adjoining property. And the civic address is tied in so tightly that it must be related to that. Is that, and if we're talking about expanding on a property that's not on the access side, what complications are arising from that? Because is that land owned by are the two properties owned by the same individual?
Yeah.
And how does that tie in? Because we're relating it to one property, and that could be sold or whatever, so it could have just joined from the original property. So I can see gray areas and some murkiness there.
So I can speak on that quickly.
If I could, Mr. Lamb, at this point in the process, could you help us out a little bit about how much we are supposed to get into the merits of what's before us, and how much we should simply talk about the issue that's about the process that we're in? Can you help us out in that regard?
Yes. So ideally, at this point, it would be helpful for more to point out what the.
Can you stand up, please?
Yes. Sorry. So at this motion, it would be better for council to speak about starting or not starting the actual amendment process with the development agreement. And then from there, once that process begins, we start to follow this Legal Municipal Government Act, there'll be more opportunities to discuss the issues with the property or with the development agreement and any reason why not to amend it or changes to it that should be made. But really right now, we're just looking for council to actually kind of get the ball rolling on that. Until it does, we can't move forward with it. If that answers your question.
Play devil's advocate.
Yeah.
How do we decide whether or not we want to proceed with the process without talking about the merits of the application?
And that's fair, and if council wants to ask questions, we can. But because this is just the first step in that public participation process, the topic of the development agreement will first have to go to the Area Advisory Committee for them to review the current one as well as the suggested changes. Then to the PAC to review that as well, plus what the advisory committee has said, and then back to council a third time for them to discuss it even in more detail. So there are going to be 3 opportunities moving forward for people to look at the development agreement and the current development agreement and decide if it's a change council should actually make in the end. This is just that starting the process, not the final decision on if any changes or what changes would be taken.
But council could decide not to start the process.
You could, yes.
Thank you.
No problem.
Did you finish, Councillor Barlow?
For now.
Councillor Morrison?
I take what we're doing today to be akin to a first reading in a legislature or to a preliminary hearing under another discipline. And we're simply deciding whether we would like to consider this. And after we decide whether we would like to consider it, if we decide in the negative, it's ended. If we decide in the positive, then we proceed with establishing the administrative bodies at which we can discuss the merits up, down, and sideways. Thank you.
I agree. Councillor Cotw?
Just to explain, my past has been planning and stuff, and I just find it hard to hold back the reins and not bring up questions when I notice them. So if I get ahead of myself, I apologize. But I think if these issues, it's important to bring them up at a certain time, whether that's the process if it's done or not. It's just to interject appropriate comments to the whole process.
I think Councillor Morrison put it to, well,
I understand.
yeah, it's just do you want to consider it or not?
Yeah. And that's the reason the motion is considered.
Go ahead. Yeah. Did you want to say some things?
No, I'm fine. What they say in court, I'll reserve the right to at a later date recall this witness.
Unless somebody else, I have some questions about the process. Is there a new development agreement drafted?
So at the moment, there is no new development agreement drafted. When we meet with the area advisory committee, the applicant will be coming back with their suggested changes to the development agreement, and we'll try to have kind of a draft one ready to go for there. Right now, they're still trying to finalize exactly what changes they would like to see to the current development agreement. After talking with the applicant, they had an original proposal, and they're hoping to now cover future expansions outside of that within this proposal to save them and council from coming back to this again within the next couple of years. So when we get to the area advisory committee, there will be a draft, but that will very much be a draft development agreement that can change throughout the process.
So my next question is, when the proponent comes forward with what he'd like to see in the new draft development agreement, I take it at that point in time, the planning department negotiates, right?
Yes.
The planning department says, well, if you want to do this, we'd like you to see you do that. And so the negotiation goes on between the planning department and the proponent. Is that how it works?
Yes, it will be between the planning department and the applicant. But because of the public engagement process, there's also a chance for the community to take part in that kind of negotiation as well.
But before it goes to the community, the planning department and the proponent have had a little back and forth.
Yeah. And we've already had one meeting, and we'll have more moving forward.
Thank you. Those are my questions. There's a motion on the floor. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Opposed? No. Motion's carried. Yes.
As well as the Three Rivers Community Hall for that meeting.
Yeah, put that in the motion.
Oh, I will when it goes to council. I'll add that.
Okay. Where are we? 5.5. It's the information report, dangerous and unsightly premises. 6-month report. That's at pages 40 and 41. Any questions or comments with respect to that report? Councillor Morrison.
Thank you. On page 41 of 151, the item dealing with Atlantic Avenue. Is it wrong to work on the interior before you did the exterior?
That was a decision by the property owner. There were things that had to be fixed on the wall inside before he put the exterior on it. That's been the delay.
But is this a dangerous property or an unsightly property?
Yeah, would you respond to that?
That's an unsightly property.
Unsightly.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions with respect to this report? Seeing none, we'll move along. Thank you for that, Ms. Mason. The next item is 5.6, the Queen Street project, a request for additional funding, and that's at pages 42 and 43.
On the table.
Yes, would you put that on the table?
Recommendation, the municipal council approve the transfer of a maximum of $200,000 from the Canada Community Building Fund, CCBF, formerly gas tax, in relation to the budget overage for the Queen Street infrastructure project.
Is there a seconder for that? I'm looking at you, Councillor Hudson. Councillor Hudson seconds it. Discussion? Deputy Warden.
Thank you. This is coming from our gas tax, which is what they've renamed. And I must bring it up again. Will we have gas tax left? We've been notified, different ones of us, that there's a certain part of our gas tax was supposed to go to the fire departments, a certain percentage of that, and that was kind of ignored. So I do wonder if that will be looked at and if there'll be money left. If it does seem that we will have to pay that money to someone with fire services.
Are you able to respond to that?
The moving, sorry, can you repeat the moving for the fire services part, sorry?
We were directed last year, from my understanding, other municipalities have done this. They've been directed by the federal government and the provincial government that a certain portion of our gas tax, or I'm not sure what they call it now, this community building fund, a certain percentage of what we get, we will be giving to our fire departments, our fire services. And that was apparently ignored in this past year. So I do wonder that if we were directed by our higher levels of government to give this money to our fire services, or a percentage of it, and if we haven't, will we have to come up with that money eventually to give them?
I wasn't here for that, so this is the first time I'm hearing it. I would have to look into that for us to see if we have a portion of funds allocated to that, or if we need to allocate a portion of funds to that.
And so if we will we have the funds to do that left in our gas tax?
Since I don't know the amounts and the totals, I didn't know if it's until now. I can't answer that right now. It's likely that it's not a large amount, but you might know that better than me at the moment.
Thank you. And I bring this up because I know that Bear River Fire Department has asked me about this. And the Digby County, when they were directed, they basically wrote them a check, delivered it, said thank you for your service to their fire departments. And Bear River being covering part of Annapolis County as well, and apparently is deserving as all the fire departments are of that contribution from that funding.
If I could, it's understandable that our interim CAO may not know the niceties of everything that's coming before us. And before I go to the other councillors, I wonder if any of the other staff can respond to the Deputy Warden's comment.
Based on the submission, we're estimating there'll be about 1.5 million left in the fund, the gas tax fund.
If this is approved.
If this is approved. Now, how much would go to the fire departments? I don't know if you know.
Ms. Mason, did you want to add to that?
I'll
I'll just jump in here. I haven't had an opportunity to speak to the CAO on this. This is something that when the funds were released, the federal government clearly stated that if fire departments were in need of additional funds for renovations or additions to their fire halls, some of that money could have been allocated to the fire departments. However, it was chosen that there were, although I do have departments who have asked about the money.
So it was giving permission to do it, is that what you're saying, rather than mandating? Is that the suggestion of what you're saying?
Yes, the words were a little loose.
Thank you. Councilor Morrison?
Thank you. That's exactly the nub of the matter, whether we were directed to do something or whether we were permitted to do something. And I would appreciate it if we can see, I like to see this, if we can see the actual submission from the federal government. I have no doubt of what Cheryl Mason said, but it's just nice to see it. Thank you.
Councilor Redmond?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of point out that gas tax is a capital thing, and we don't give our fire departments any dollars for gas tax. They can apply to us to have their equipment covered under our policy. And we raise dollars for the fire departments for capital expenditure, but we don't give it to them. We still hold the purse strings. They have to apply to get that funding. So we have funding available for capital projects for the fire services, but we don't just hand it over. Whereas our operational money is allocated based on their equipment and coverage. And we do just give that to them, and they spend it how they see fit.
Okay.
So because gas tax is only for capital stuff, not for operational stuff in our internal budgets, is my understanding. So it's good to hear that from Ms. Mason as well.
Councilor Cotw?
Just looking at the breakdown for project on Queen Street and the allocation of funds. Just wondering how a parking lot is added into project scope of work. It has been discussed. Is that parking lot the Greenville Street project, or is that parking lot somewhere else? But irrelevant to that, it's outside that scope of work, and how are we supposed to apply money to that scope, that project, by changing the game, the outline in the middle of the game?
I think I can answer that one. The parking lot in question is right on the other side of Granville from Queen Street, beside the old administrative building. And there is a capital budget item for that for $23,000 for this year. A few months ago, I was looking at that and analyzing it, and I realized something. When council approved that $23,000 as part of this year's budget, you were advised that it was a carryover. That's actually not the case. When I analyzed the flow of the money, everything council had originally approved a couple of years ago was spent. So if we're going to finish that, we need new money. And what that project would entail, if you remember, if you've seen it, the other side of the road right against the end of Queen Street needs similar fixes to what we're now doing, finishing, cementing and things. There is a big median area and curbed area that we've never finished. The curb is just there. We need to fill it with brick. We need to fill it and complete it with brick or cement. There's also brick in storage to put a planter box and a decorative sign around where there are 2 fixed posts for signage. There's also the installation of lighting for that parking lot. The lighting has been purchased and is in storage. So and we need to run new electrical to those lights. to complete it. So that was an approved capital project, but we wanted to bring it back to you because the premise whereby you approved the money has proved to be incorrect. It makes sense to complete this now. It's right adjacent to Queen Street, and while they're doing sidewalk, cementing, brickwork, the same work, and we want it to have a similar look, it makes sense to get that project completed at the same time.
It's still a separate project. It started for Queen Street. It's a separate project. And to drag money out of this pot bothers me that when maybe we could be using money from the sale of the administration building to finish that. You know, whether it's done now and approved as a carryover with the crews that are on site, is that what you're saying? And if that's the case, well, it's still a separate project, and to suck it into the budget on Queen Street project, it doesn't seem legitimately the way we should be doing that. And I think that there is money, like I said, realized from the sale of the administration building that could be allocated, you know, and take it over that budget instead of completing our other budget by that month.
Choices like that could be up to council. The original, the $23,000 that you did approve for this project just came out of a general capital budget, though it wasn't that specific before. So that's why we didn't think of proposing that now. That's why we've left it general now. This was already an approved capital budget. I'm just getting you to reapprove the funds because you didn't get the full information with your first motion in the spring.
Personally, I wouldn't mind approving it, but it should be a separate motion. It shouldn't be clouded in with the Queen Street project.
And that's council's choice if you want to handle that in a certain way, certainly.
Councillor Sherry?
Yeah, I believe that parking lot was approved prior to this council, and it might have gotten lost in the transition. But this is already an existing parking lot. It's not a new parking lot. It's just to pretty up basically this parking lot. Is that correct?
We need to finish it, complete it. We've got the curbs there are essentially trip hazards. It needs to be cleaned up and finished.
Right, but we're not making an additional parking lot. It's already there. We're just prettying it up. We're just doing
correct.
Yeah, so
correct. And we did take a small grant from the province a few years ago and told them we were going to complete that area.
Yes, I recall that. Thank you.
Cool. Just let me
come back here. I'll just look around the room and see if there's anybody else that wishes to. I don't see any hands. Go ahead, Councillor Bardo.
the scope of work to complete that. Does that include paving?
It doesn't. No. The parked areas are gravel. They were never part of that particular capital project. Paving the rest of that lot would be a separate question. It was never under that specific capital project. That's it. There is a different capital project for that, but right now it doesn't have any funding allocated to it.
You've lost me.
I think Councillor Bartow is referring to, there's a parking lot around this area, around the median of where the sign will be, and it's gravel right now. It has not been paved, but that's a different capital project, and there was no funding allocated to that in this year's budget.
So what's the 23,000 for?
That's completing all of the cement work, the sign, the light posts, the electric for the light posts, to complete that median instead of having it just be rough curbs.
I think if we still move forward with this, we would have to have a motion to increase change the scope of the work of the project to do it before we start talking about automatically putting funding in there and that project hasn't been approved to be completed with this grant. So I'm just going to get carried ahead of the horse a little bit.
Well, that particular capital project was approved. We just found a flaw in the source of the funding. Am I being clear?
Well, it was approved, but if I'm right in there, it was approved as a project. It wasn't approved as a Queen Street project, as part of the Queen Street project.
That's correct.
So allocation of money is my concern. It's to track that and not use part of this. $200,000 request of the community building fund, which may be best left there for something else.
Yeah, that's council's choice. With the original capital budget you approved in the spring, there wasn't a unique source allocated for this. It was a general capital item, but if you want to pick something, that's your choice.
Councillor Redden?
I would like to make an amendment, and that amendment is to remove the $25,000 for the parking lot from this motion.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Barlow seconds.
What is the amount of time?
Because the motion had a maximum.
200?
Yeah.
Only break the separate breakdown sheet, it says.
Yeah, maximum 200. So we'll do a maximum 175.
So we do.
Yeah.
So the 25,000 is not mentioned in this memo. You're taking that from our sheet. Let me just find that sheet.
To make a friendly amendment to my amendment.
What's the amount?
Yeah, so reduce it to 175. Currently it says 200, a maximum of 200,000.
Maximum 75.
So your amendment is to reduce the amount to
175 for the Queen Street.
Just a second, let me make sure the courthouse is here. You want to read the amendment?
Yeah, to reduce the amount to 175,000.
Yeah, removing the parking lot.
And I think it should say to remove the additional parking lot it's referred to on the sheet. And it was seconded by Councillor Barlow. Discussion on the amendment. Councillor Redden?
I think Councillor Bartow has raised some very good points about where the funding is coming from, but also it's not previously been part of this project, so we should have a separate motion approving it as an object, but also for the funding. That's my thought. So I think after this, it leaves things open to another motion to approve it if we are inclined.
Anyone else? Deputy Warden?
Thank you. So I'm good with that. That change this amount in our recommendation to 175,000. As Councillor Redden pointed out, and Councillor Bartow, we'll need another motion afterwards to send the $25,000 to get that cleaned up at the parking lot. Simple as that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Hudson?
Yes, thanks very much. Just my clarification. A week or two ago, we received the weekly report from the CAO saying that the overrun was 80,000. Now it's 175. What has changed from that period of time?
Would either the CAO or Mr. Young be able to respond to Councillor Hudson?
Well, I'll start. My general email to you was saying that there is an overrun and that we're still calculating it, and that was an estimate. Now we have more complete figures.
Okay.
Anyone else on the amendment? Well, I'll speak before we have the vote on the amendment. Deputy Warden, would you take the chair for a minute? I'm going to vote against the amendment because I'd like to see this money spent on the parking lot. It looks as though the amendment may go through in order that things are tidied up, if I can put it that way. If the motion goes through, then I'll bring a motion, or maybe Councillor Redden will bring a motion to allocate the 25,000 from gas tax or wherever. So we're going to end up in the same place, hopefully. But I'd like to see that money spent on the parking lot. And I'm just as happy to approve the motion that's recommended. So that's why I'll vote against it. And if the motion passes, then I'll be suggesting we have a second motion and we can debate that at that time. Those are my comments. Deputy Warden?
Thank you very much. I'll keep the chair.
If I can just comment, under your new policy, you do not need to leave the chair to comment on something. You need to leave the chair if you're going to make a motion.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to see that parking lot cleaned up as well, because we put those curbs in there probably over a year ago, a couple of years ago. When infrastructure's not finished and left to the elements, it doesn't do it well. It washes, it fills with rain, it washes out underneath. Our infrastructure that we put there a year or so ago may not be the same infrastructure that we put there a couple of years ago because of time. We can't leave our infrastructure not finished. It's not good, it's not safe. I'm all for it. Get that done.
Councilor LeBlanc, on the amendment? Councilor LeBlanc?
The amendment is to separate
Right.
$25,000 from it.
Correct.
And I say that I approve because the only reason I approve is because I'm hoping there'll be a second motion, and that way it's clearly states X amount of dollars goes for this, and X amount of dollars will be to complete the parking. So it sets it out clearer for everybody to see why I'm in favor.
Anyone else on the amendment? And I will say I changed my mind after hearing Councilor LeBlanc. She makes good points. Anybody else? If not, I'll call for the motion on the amendment, which is to remove the $25,000 for the parking lot out of the $200,000 requested. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. The amendment is carried. So we're back to the main motion, so the request is now reduced to $175,000 only for the Queen Street project and not including the parking lot. Discussion on the motion as amended. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Motion's carried. Now, Councilor Redden, you mentioned you might make another motion. Do you wish to do that now?
Yes. Of course, I would be happy to. The clerk prettied this up a little bit, but that municipal council approved $25,000 to complete the non-paving aspects of the Bridgetown parking lot next to the old town hall.
Where's the money coming from?
Seconded by the Deputy Warden. I'm just gonna, if I could, this isn't speaking to it necessarily, just for clarification. I believe in talking to the CAO a few weeks ago, I got the impression that in the end, and I know this isn't part of the motion is apparently to do everything other than paving it, as I understand it. But in the end, we're not going to pave it. We're going to put pavers there because there's a whole bunch of wires underneath that may go to that pop station. And if we have to dig up some wires, you don't want to have to dig into the pavement. But if you've got pavers there, you just have to dig up the pavers that are over the wires. Now that really, I think, doesn't have anything to do with the motion because it doesn't involve the paving, but I just thought I'd say that. Is your hand up, Councillor Hudson? No? Okay. Councillor Sherry.
So it didn't state in the motion where the money was coming, whether it was coming from the sale of the Bridgetown Municipal Building or if it's coming out of gas tax. So I was just curious as to which direction we're headed on that.
You're the mover, Councillor Redden. Would you like to clarify that?
I am indifferent either way, and if somebody wants to make an amendment to specify gas tax or Bridgetown money, Bridgetown capital reserves, I'm happy with it. Gas tax was where it was before. Let's start it there, and if somebody wants to amend it, they can amend it.
So you're suggesting it'd be gas tax as originally contemplated. And you can put that. Who was the seconder? Is that all right to add that from gas tax?
Yes, sir.
Councilor Bardo?
I suggested earlier, from the sale of the old administration building, town hall building, Because it was stated previously that money realized from that sale was to go to Bridgetown. And that would be an appropriate spot to correct that money instead of taking it to the gas tax, which could be used anywhere else in the county if something came up. So I would like to amend the motion to take the money for the sale of Bridgetown Hall. I don't have the PID number, but for that purpose, because it was stipulated that money from that was to be spent in the town of Bridgetown, it would be an appropriate spot to do it this time.
So you're moving an amendment to the motion to remove the reference to it being paid out of gas tax and instituting in its place that it be funded by the money from the sale of the Bridgetown former town hall.
Is that clear enough, John?
To reflect taking the money from the sale of the former town hall and not the CCBL?
Correct. Is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Sheridan seconds. Discussion? Councillor Clark?
Thank you. I will be voting in favor of the amendment. I was thinking along the same lines as what Councillor Bartow came forth with, so I'll be voting in support of that motion. That amendment,
Any other? Councillor Hudson?
Yes, I will be voting against that amendment. And I think if one goes back and looks at the order from UARD, that using that money for that improvement there is not consistent with the order. I guess the order says, if I remember correctly, has something that says that the money is to be used for something that was basically on the table at the time of dissolution. This improvement to the parking lot, a big part of that had to do with the internet and all the cabling and so on and so forth. That's underneath there. So I don't think that that money can be used, if I understand the order correctly. The order, the UARB order.
Councillor Hudson, I looked at that order probably a couple of weeks ago, and my recollection is a little different from yours. It's unfortunate we don't have it in front of us. But my recollection was that you're right in that the only money from properties owned by Bridgetown at the time of the dissolution must go towards something worded like Bridgetown purposes or something in that regard, which is why the sale of the money from the elementary school doesn't go to Bridgetown, because it wasn't owned by Bridgetown at the time of the dissolution. So when you're talking about the time of the dissolution, I think it's properties owned. I don't think it's for purposes that were in existence at that time, but I could be wrong. That's my recollection.
I have a copy right here. Just 1 second, please.
Maybe we'll finish this and we'll take a break.
Hello?
Councillor Sheridan?
So could we just make an amendment to the amendment if permitted?
Oh, he's going to get it right here.
Okay.
He's going to read it. It's very short. It's like one sentence.
Oh, okay. I didn't know how long it was.
One sentence.
Okay, thanks.
Go ahead, Councillor Hudson.
Yes, I'll read from the order in the UARB. And this amendment reads that the proceeds from the sale of any real or personal property within the town during the next 10 years will be held in a special reserve and can be used only for purposes associated with the former town and catchment area. So this was not a purpose of the former town.
I don't hear it that way, Councillor Hudson.
Doesn't say
I hear it as just something that's associated
with the town.
with the town. And it speaks in the future, not the past, to me when I hear it. But why don't you read it again?
Okay. Will be held in a special reserve and can be used only for purposes associated with the former town and catchment area.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to add anything else to your what you want to say after reading that?
No, I just don't think that parking lot improvement has anything to do or is a purpose that's associated with the former town.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hudson. Anybody else? Anybody else on the amendment? The amendment to pay the money from the sale of the Bridgetown School. Town Hall. Sorry, thank you. The only other issue I'd like to raise is the timing. Do we know when we're going to get that money and when we're going to do the work on the parking lot?
We need the money now.
Pardon me, Mr. Young?
We would start the work as soon as the money's approved.
Can somebody help me out as to when we would expect to close that deal on the town hall?
Oh, sorry.
We haven't sold, have we sold it? Oh, we have the money. Okay, my mistake. Thank you. Okay. Sorry about that confusion. Any other comments? Again, the amendment is to take the money from the sale of the Bridgetown Town Hall. All those in favor of the amendment say yes. 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 Opposed, nay. One nay. Councillor Hudson. Okay, back to the motion, which is to spend $25,000 on the additional parking lot and to take the money from the sale of the Bridgetown Town Hall. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Motion's carried. How did you vote, Councillor Hudson? I saw your hand go up late.
No.
I don't know.
Okay, so thank you. It's 10:30. We'll take a 10-minute break.
County Transportation Society in accordance with AM 1.4.9 Community Grants Policy.
Thank you very much, yes.
Is there a seconder for that? Councilor LeBlanc seconds. Discussion? Councilor Bardo?
20?
20. I don't see any other hands up, so I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes. 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 Opposed? Motion's carried. Thank you. All right. Where are we? Information report on animal control options, page 49. This is an information report. It does give some options, but I guess it doesn't have a recommendation. Are there any comments with respect to the information report? Councilor Sheridan?
Just a question, what are they doing now if they have a complaint? As far as a feral cat, what happens?
Ms. Mason?
Is on that this time of year, we can't pick up an animal that we have nowhere for it to go.
Okay.
Could that be repeated?
Yes, would you try to speak
The
again?
answer is no,
We don't pick up feral cats.
any cats.
No cats.
Any cats.
So,
There are some options. But there's no recommendation. I wonder if we should, whether legislatively, whether we should do something or not. I can leave that open to staff, perhaps.
there it is.
Should we be doing something, Councilor Bardo?
I have a question. Reading this tells me that SPCA is backing out on, but they signed a contract to the end of 2023, March 31st. How can they back out when they had a signed contract? Is that something I can refer to your ordinance?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead, Ms. Mason.
That's our question, is how can they walk away from a contract that they signed that says that they will continue to take animals until March 31st, 2022?
And if I can interject, I think in their scope of what they do, they say that the way they handle things, if they have more need, that they build more facilities. So I guess why is Mountain County not on the receiving end of that? So I guess the bottom line is how can they back out of a contract?
Have you spoken to them about that?
Yes,
And what's the answer?
they have no room for the kind of cats that we are picking up.
They're changing rules of middle of the game.
They have no shelters anymore. Shelters are full.
Volunteers.
If they carry on, it's like, I think I read even in their field that I had a feeling that if the need was there, that they would increase their facilities to accommodate it. But now they don't want to do that. I'm as to why we're in this situation. It doesn't sound like there's an incredible answer at this point. So is this something that we can refer back to get more information, or do we get our legal advice on it, or what do we do?
That's up to you, Councilor Bardo. I see Ms. Campbell has her hand up. Maybe she can help out.
So, same questions we asked when we found out on that day. Kind of cutting to the chase here is, do you want to involve lawyers and find out whether there's legal action that you want to take under the contract? the reality for Cheryl on a day-to-day is we can't pick up cats because we now don't have the organization to take them after the 3-day holding period. And if Cheryl calls them and asks if they're going to pick up an animal, she will just get no response. So that leaves us unable to pick up any cats because we can't keep cats for an indefinite period of time in the pen, and we don't have any ability to do anything else with them other than take them to the pen. So that's where Cheryl really is looking for the feelings of council as to next steps so that they can let the CAO know and he will direct us accordingly.
It's a rock and a hard spot situation. Don't we have policies that say that we provide that service to the public? And so, in fact, it's forcing us to do the same thing as SPCA did to us. We're doing it to the public. So I think it needs to be resolved. We can't just sweep it under the rug. It has to be dealt with. And I'm not sure if you need a motion to be able to go forward.
Do we have, you mentioned, do we have an obligation to pick up cats? Is there a bylaw or something, Ms. Campbell?
Yes, we do. We have a bylaw that enables and empowers our animal control officers to pick up cats that are a nuisance to property owners. So I would say, as I've said on many other occasions, at the moment we are not in the animal welfare business. We are in the nuisance release business for homeowners. And if a complaint is received, in order to enforce that bylaw, we have to have the ability to pick it up. We have a place to house them, but we need an organization to give it to. So one of the other options that the Manager of Protective Services provided here is we can go out by way of seeing whether we can procure another organization that is willing to fulfill that.
So that hasn't been done? You haven't looked at other places?
We've done some examination of obvious places. We haven't found a solution. We'd have to do a broader procurement and RFP. It's uncertain whether or not we'd find something. This is a pretty uncommon thing we're looking for, but it is one option for us that we can do a more formal process. I think at this point, though, we just want an update, council, on that we've got a problem with continuing this service. We wanted your vision on where we should go. Do you want to try and continue it? Do you have specific questions or directions? I think I wanted to check in with you at this point because this problem has occurred.
Councillor Ray?
So by kinds of cats, they don't like the kinds of cats we're picking up. Do they mean we're picking up something other than, say, domestic short hairs, or do they mean they don't like us picking up feral cats?
Ms. Mason?
That's part of the concern, is that they are unable to rehome cats that need more handling in order to bring them around to be adopted by someone. But I think at this point, they really don't even have room for even the friendly cats. It's very limited for any type of cat that they pick up at this point.
The second part of my question is, so we pick cats up for 72 hours, and really we don't have anything to do with this contract on. We don't have anything to do with them after 72 hours, and so we would just have to re-release them, so to speak, if we were to take them in. Is that really where our crux of our issue is?
I think so.
Yeah. Well, I don't have any suggestions there, but I'm not terribly interested in any sort of legal action against the SPCA. So there's my thoughts.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. I would make a motion that Annapolis County Council repeal the A4 cat bylaw and no longer respond to complaints regarding cats.
Is there a bylaw in the packet? No?
And I could go further than that, but I'll stop there.
Is there a seconder to the motion? Is there a seconder to the motion to remove the bylaw? Councillor Wren, seconds.
Review that.
Apparently the bylaw's not in the package. Ms. Mason?
I could provide copies if you'd like to know.
And if I can,
That might be an idea, but let's just hold on for a moment. I've got some hands at the back, Deputy Warden. I'll start with Councillor Prout and go to Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I guess my thought would have been before we pick an option, I did have a couple questions. Option one, when it says find another service provider, the internal CAO has mentioned that that's something they're looking at. Is there a chance that there might be someone out there that's my first question, is there a chance there might be a service provider? And it's my personal opinion, option three, no longer responding to complaints. I think that's a bit of a cop-out in that I get calls from time to time, I'm sure others do, about feral and non-feral cats. You know, people move away, leave their cats behind, people can't afford to feed them, so on, all sorts of reasons. I'm wondering about the TNR, the trap, neuter release, or trap, neuter return. Is that viable? Would that give us at least an option? I hate to see us wash our hands of this problem, because I think it is something that we need to try our best to deal with. And I'm not in any way suggesting we haven't been doing that. It's a very, very problematic question. First of all, is it something we might get, or could we? I don't like to see us just say, well, we're not going to worry about them anymore. We're not going to pick up feral cats. We're going to just say, well, it's too bad, so say it. Here you go. Anyway, that's my question, that's my comment.
I think that this interim CEO has responded to your first question. They've tried some other places, but they may not have exhausted every possibility, I guess is what I took from.
We've exhausted what we know about, what our expert staff know about. We could try tools like a formal procurement, but if we're not sure that's going to work, if we're not aware of anyone that we can find even to potentially bid, it is a formal process going to find someone we don't know of, maybe, but we're not highly optimistic.
Fair enough.
Usually when we do a procurement, we have a good idea that there will be bidders and who they are, and then it's a question of just looking at the proposals and picking the one with the best value. Right now, we're not sure if there's a provider available.
Thank you very, very much. The other question, what about the TNR? Is that, I guess I would direct this to Cheryl or Don. Is that something that would provide some semblance of an option? I'm just asking.
Either one of you, Ms. Campbell or Ms. Mason, would like to respond to Councillor Prout?
Can respond to that. The TNR program continues, and we have no intention of stopping the TNR program because we don't physically pick up those cats. We don't have to keep them at the pound. We do encourage people who are complaining about feral cats or possibly semi-feral strays to take advantage of this program, but it doesn't deal with the friendly cat that may be coming from somewhere else in their community. We don't TNR those cats. So although I do encourage the continuation of the program, whether or not we're picking up cats, I think the TNR does help reduce the number of cats that are in our communities.
Thank you.
Councillor LeBlanc? Yeah, Councillor LeBlanc, yes.
Okay. Well, the TNR certainly is a bonus, and I certainly don't want to go after the proceedings against SPCA. However, it brings us to exactly what I was thinking about. We have a bylaw that says we are doing this. So if we have a bylaw, we have to follow it. Would I like to get rid of it? No, not really, but how else can we get around it? Because we have to do what our bylaw says. So, then we suspend it until we further notice to what we have. Any options at all before our CAO and everybody else goes out? Or can't we suspend bylaw? Just wondering. And then, if not, then we have to remove it until we can find some kind of solution. And then it proceeds to the fact that we are doing the pickup for Middleton and Annapolis Royal. For cats? Is it for both? Or I know you do dogs. So is it both cats and dogs for both of those down? I presume it is, isn't it?
Council, what I'd like to do, there's a motion on the floor to remove this bylaw. We don't have the bylaw in front of us. I'd like to, if council agrees, move this to the first item in the afternoon session. In the meantime, get a copy of the bylaw circulated so we can all see it and have a discussion that's perhaps a little more meaningful than a motion to. Is that a good idea? Councilor Redden, you want to say something?
Well, I was gonna move that motion for you to table until after lunch.
Okay. Anyone second that? Councilor Bardo? Any discussion? We'll just table this till after lunch and circulate the bylaw. Call for the vote. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. So that's what we'll do, and we'll come back to this. So, where are we? Community grant 5.9, Victoria Vale. That's page 75.
Okay, you want that recommendation?
Yes, please.
That municipal council approve a grant in the amount of $1,200 to the Victoria Vale Baptist Church, Parker Hall, to support roof repairs from the Community Grants Assessors Assistance Program in accordance with AM-1.4.9 Community Grants Policy.
Second. Councilor Longmire seconds. I will point out that under financial implications, we're now down to $29,576 in the community grants for the current year.
What about the extra 5? We approved the extra 5, or is that for next year, the annual one?
That doesn't come out of this particular.
Okay, so
pocket.
next year's budget. Okay.
Yeah, it comes out of community contributions rather than community grants. Okay, discussion on the motion on the floor. Councilor Bardo?
So it's a church hall, but in that community, that's considered a community hall because of the use of it. I'm assuming that's how it will be.
Can any staff answer that question? It's listed as the Victoria Vale Baptist Church / Parker Hall. Can anyone tell us whether that's part of the church or not?
It is a hall connected to a church. And we do have those eligible for grants under this section, this policy.
Anybody else? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed? No. Motion's carried. Okay. Next, committees of council. 510, Committee of Council and Council Meetings Procedures Policy Amendment, page 78.
That recommendation on the floor, sir.
Yes, please.
The municipal council amend AM-1.2.0 Committees of Council and Council Meetings Procedures Policy as follows. Article 3- change regular meetings of council shall be held on the third Tuesday, and Article 12, modify council agenda to show committee of the whole, or recommendations and the definition of committee of the whole to be changed to committee of the whole recommendations. All recommendations discussed and debated at committee of the whole will be brought to council as individual recommendations for decision of council.
Is there a seconder for that? Councilor LeBlanc seconds. Would the clerk like to add anything to that?
If that's not clear, I'd be glad to clarify any questions you would have on it.
Here's mine.
Councilor Sheridan?
So we're just going back to the original way that we, before a month ago? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
And this would have to be passed by council, so it wouldn't come into effect until November, correct, if it was passed?
Correct.
Yeah. The October meeting will still be 2 weeks from now.
That's right.
Although this hasn't been passed yet.
What do you say?
Your current policy, under the current policy that it's still current, October's council session is in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah.
This changed to a policy, once if approved by council in October, will take effect in November.
Councilor Morrison?
Is there no administrative way to change the date of the October council meeting? Can we do that by separate motion?
We need 7 days notice, don't we? Do we need 7 days notice to change the policy?
Yes.
So we could still do it in October, but we'd have to change the date for the October meeting. And I don't know if I've already done something else because I thought it was going to be in 2 weeks, so I'd have to wait.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Reddy?
I'm a hard no. I'm certainly willing to consider these things in January, but we just made a change a month ago. And so let's let it settle out, let it work out, and let's see how it goes after a couple of months. I have more to say, but I'll wait to hear the room.
Anybody else? Councilor Bardo, why don't you go and, and Councilor LeBlanc, I see you had your hand up. No? Councilor Prout. Okay, I'll go to Bardo and then I'll go to Prout.
I guess I'd be in favor of it personally, but I just wanted to make sure of the ramifications of it because later on in our package here, there's a public meeting schedule that's usually at council. So if we change that, then all of a sudden, do we have a special public meeting or is the advertisement already in for that? And we wouldn't be able to handle that at November council if November council went to the third Tuesday. Just a question.
Good point.
And that's just a short-term thing that we can deal with, but if that was problematic, maybe they enacted it for December, and then we avoid that problem. Just throw it out there for conversation, and just to say that, sometimes you do one thing, it snowballs into another.
Do you think that'll be a problem with some dates?
You could still have a special session of council on that date in November. If you had committee of the whole, and then 1 week later in November had your regular council session. If the public hearing is set for that fourth Tuesday, you could still have a special session of council in order to honor that, because that was meeting deadline. Yeah.
Was that what you were going to say?
It was, thank you. Sorry to look like I was panicking, but yeah, we do have two public meetings, a public hearing and a public meeting, one for your heritage piece and one for your rezoning for the town property. And yeah, it's timing of ads, which I've already taken into consideration.
Yeah, so we can have a special meeting to cover that. Yeah.
Councilor Prout? Councilor Prout?
Thank you. I'm very much in favor of this. I understand we may not be able to change it for October. But I was struck by under the discussion part on page 78, it says, having gone through the first full cycle under the new policy, staff are in a bottleneck situation following the council meeting. Having to wait the 2-week period is hampering responsiveness to the public and to staff on decisions that are being made. So I'm very much in favor of going back to what we did previously. And I understand we may not be able to do that this month, but hopefully. So I would be voting in favor of this recommendation for those reasons. Thank you.
I don't see any other hands up, so I will call for a vote on the motion. Oh, Councillor Ryan.
Sorry, I thought you were talking. I definitely have some more to say. So part of the reason for going with 2-week separation was so that staff could get back to us with information we asked about it. When we had committed the whole questions and we wanted them to come back with information. And so we've not really had any opportunity to see if that's a good policy or if it's something that we actually end up using. Often we have good ideas. I think this would be good, but it turns out in practice it doesn't work. So I think we should, I really think we should wait till January. I'm very curious about this discussion point that Councillor Prode has brought up, and that, pardon me, I don't understand how there is a bottleneck if you have one council meeting a month under both systems. You've got one council meeting a month, you've got it's still the same flow through on a monthly basis. Yes, I see how the transition period would cause congestion and whatnot, but that's what I mean. Like a couple months, we should let it go. I'm really not terribly interested in being reactive with our policy. I mean, why have a policy if you're just going to change it every couple months to adapt to whatever the current thought is? You have policy so you don't have to make these decisions constantly. So like I'm more than happy to think about this and consider this in January, but as of right now, you would have to work very hard to make me to have me in favor of this.
I'm going to give the clerk a chance. Can you expand a little bit to Madam Clerk on the bottleneck and the problems that you have?
I can. So when council meets on a Tuesday, staff have to do stuff with the approvals you've made. That has to go back to the staff person who was requesting the information or decision. It has to go back from, it comes into this room by staff, the decisions have to go back to staff so that staff can spend the money, get back to a person, do whatever it is that council has decided needs to be done. So I'm in here all day with you on a Tuesday. On a Wednesday, I'm reformatting my minutes so that I can read them, and I'm sending those decisions to the people who need to have it so that they can do your business of the county. On Wednesday and Thursday, I'm receiving, under this new policy, I'm receiving the information from staff for the committee of the whole meeting that I have to do something. I have to assemble and disseminate because it gets reviewed before it's put on an agenda. So while I'm sending out your information, I'm getting the information for your next meeting, and it's a bottleneck. It's a bottleneck. I know there was discussion when the policy was brought to you for decision as a new policy. There may have been a statement that it would help the clerk to move it from the third Tuesday to the fourth Tuesday. Although the clerk's name was on that policy, that is not necessarily how it is. But that's not how it was presented. And I didn't get much of a chance to have any input on that recommendation on the changes in the policy, or I would have told you at that time. that isn't really a benefit. However, now that I've been through it, it's a bottleneck for staff who work for the same taxpayers that council was elected by to move on decisions. It's a bad crunch day. That week is a terrible crunch.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes? Go ahead.
I guess I'd like to add, having a 2-week period between the council and the next committee of the whole gives us more time to prepare all of the new topics for committee of the whole. It gives the CAO more time to meet with different staff and review their project. We've essentially condensed that a little bit. Now we can adapt a bit, but having a good 2-week period lets us make sure that we've fully reviewed everything and brought everything forward possible for committee of the whole. We're losing time to work on that by the last council meeting and the next month's committee of the whole being a week closer together.
I mean, 3 weeks.
Yes.
The suggestion is we go to 3 weeks.
Well,
the current situation is 2 weeks.
Yes. Yeah, what we've gone to in 2 weeks puts the last council meeting a week closer to the next committee of the whole. And that difference of preparation time for the next committee of the whole does make a difference. And it does make a difference in the CAO's time and ability to work with all staff that want to bring something forward.
Councilor Morrison?
Thank you. I'm really missing something. I heard the CAO say that he's not in favor of this recommendation.
Oh, I am in favor of making this change now. I think what we've just done has caused a scheduling problem. Sorry, Councillor.
So you are in favor of what you're recommending?
Yes, I'm in favor of this motion.
Thank you.
Councilor Sheridan?
After listening to everyone speak, I see the different issues that we're having, because there's some with the planning departments that have already scheduled some of their meetings, and then others could be appointments that staff or councillors have made going around that. And I hear what Brad's saying, that maybe we should give a little grace period for January, that we should get everybody caught up with, say, the planning department, and because we do have the one on the 22nd that's already probably been advertised or going to be advertised and made, and some kind of I'm looking for direction, I guess, what is the best thing to do, because there's appointments, there's scheduling, and there's maybe a grace period. I'm not sure what direction to take.
Councilor Longmire.
Yes, thanks. I was really, the comment that Carolyn had just made with regards to the bottleneck really made much better sense. Because the staff do work for the very same taxpayer that we were elected by. So of course it does hold them up. So it's challenging, because I do hear what Councillor Redden has said as well, and it would be nice to see a bit more time and how it works, but that was very compelling for me with what Carolyn said. Thanks.
Councilor Morrison?
Thank you. I listened very carefully to the clerk say it. And to me, this was not the system, the new system we put into place was not advocated for by the staff.
That's my understanding. By the clerk, I guess we might say.
Yes, it was not advocated by the clerk, it was not advocated by the staff. It was brought by a different mechanism with the name of the clerk affixed to it.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Just correct me. I thought we used to meet the second Tuesday of every month. That was committee of the whole. And then council was the third Tuesday of every month. So is that what we're going back to?
Yes.
That's what this proposes. We're going back to that system. Now, I thought the reason we went to this, made this other was to give the clerk, the office of the clerk, enough time to prepare things. You always felt rushed, is what we were told. You felt rushed. You know, here's Tuesday, you're done, you're doing over your minutes, you're going and you're having the package ready for us, maybe by Friday. You know, we should have it by Friday for council. And so it gave you more room, more time to prepare that. So obviously this isn't working out. It's created a bottleneck. That's what you're calling it.
If I can respond.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Whenever I have an agenda package, I'm stressed. Doesn't matter if it's 27th or a weekend.
Believe it.
I'm getting that agenda package to you as soon and early as possible. I do. There was never a problem when it was a week apart. That's what I do. Yeah. The two weeks the 2 weeks in between really was neither here nor there.
Whatever makes you comfortable. You're the one that's getting the package. So, you know, I'm fine with it either way.
So for me, when I think about customer service, you are my customers, so I want you to have as much information as completely as possible. And if it's 1 week away or 2 weeks away, you're still going to get the same level of service.
Yep.
Councilor Cotw?
I've listened to it all. I had some thoughts before and listened to it all, but there's some degree of sense and stuff that kind of come into it after the comments. But I'm not in favor of waiting. I think that if it has created a situation for the staff that's not desirable, that test, albeit a quick test, going back to the status quo the way it was, seems to be an agreement of staff. And I said that with input from everybody that's involved in getting things accomplished. And if we leave it at second and fourth to deterring that, then we should not be putting roadblocks in there for the staff. We should try to make sure that the process is as seamless and smooth as possible. So I would be voting in favor of it at this point. And hearing comments, I wasn't sure, but after the clerk said that it gives them that 3 weeks to prepare between the council meeting and the community hall, that makes a whole lot of sense to incorporate that back the way it was, to give them the opportunity to have that extra week of time to pull that stuff together. It means a lot. So I think that, like I said, I'm going to be voting in favor of going back to the second and the third pieces of the committee hall and council. Thank you.
Councilor LeBlanc?
Thank you. I'm not quite sure, I couldn't really hear what Councilor Barker was saying, but I think he said at the end that he agreed with it, and that I said that I will be voting for it. We have now had our explanation by the person that is having difficulty with this, and she's the one that proceeds with all of this and the rest of the staff. So for that reason, I will be voting for the change. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up. It's been a good discussion. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. No. One nay. Thank you. It's 11:58 according to this clock I'm looking at. The next item on the agenda is the CAO report. I think I'd like to do that before we break.
Okay. Well, thank you, Council. So I've got a list of things I'd like to go over and review with you and invite your comments on. Key thing right now for us, finance-wise, we are finishing our annual reports and are about to begin our audit process. So a key update that I have for you is I've asked our manager of finance to be prepared to start giving you regular updates on our work and our progress, starting in 2 weeks at at council. There are a lot of items that we can update you on the progress of our annual reports, engagement with the auditors. We also need to look at the fact that we have an existing audit committee, and we do have a plan for one. We'll have to review that and begin some activities related to that as we go through our audit process. So I think we'll review that policy with you and talk to you about that in 2 weeks on October 25th. There'll be some activities and meetings for council there to look at the audits and the annual reports. I've been asked by you and the warden to work on preparing some dollar totals for the end of our internet project. There is work to do on that. There are still questions with that, but we want to give you a front row seat for that, so you'll start getting reports from our manager of finance October 25th, and probably also November committee of the whole, where we'll show you some sort of semi-totals, and we'll show you where we're at as far as questions that need to be resolved with it. And so those are my main finance updates on the overall issue of that. There's some important things happening now with our annual reports being finished, moving into audit, and council will be seeing updates on that. We've got on October 18th a final review of our strategic plan with the consultant. So council is booked for that. So the key purpose for that is to show you all of the research and let you review and finalize and confirm what our strategic plan should be, and to look at its overall action plans. We'll have some key things to decide at that meeting. We're going to have to plan for the rollout and use of the plan. So I'll be wanting to talk to you partly in that meeting and probably also at November Committee of the Whole on looking at our rollout plan for it. We need to think about communication to the public, to staff, and we have to look at where we're going to use that. We definitely want to get it to the consultant that is doing our HR study and our job descriptions, because if you have specific strategic plan objectives, there is an opportunity for that to be reflected in the content of job descriptions. So we'll definitely want to make sure the council has a good understanding of how that material will be handed off to the consultant and what it would be used for. We also need to review it planning-wise. We're doing a review of our overall plan, and we have a consultant involved in helping with that. The strategic objectives may influence planning decisions. If you want to do one thing versus another as a strategic objective, then there are probably land use implications. So there's going to, after you're done with October 18th, there are going to be a lot of usage implications that I'll be wanting to talk to you a lot about and keep you up to date on. The consultant.
I'll wait till.
Okay. Also referring to the HR consulting project where they're looking at our org chart and our job descriptions. The consultant is recommending that we go forward with a piece of that anyways to look at our org chart. They feel that it's going to be a really critical tool in CAO recruitment to have that done and taken care of. So I'm looking at working with them on that and looking at a time to come to you and hear for you, council, to hear the consultant's proposal. I don't have a date set with them yet. I will try and tack it on to another meeting or workshop, but that'll be coming probably within a couple of weeks. And I also wanted to talk about some service wins. You may have noticed on our website under waste, there are more links, there are more information for the public to use. The public can enter more queries about waste inquiries or orders for bins or repairs for bins, or they can also leave voicemails if they need help with the question of garbage pickup. So we've done some good improvements in making it easy for the public to find different topics and communicate with us and answer their questions. But we've also done some significant work internally in how we service that. Historically, our Public Works Department has serviced the public inquiries, but that's been an FTE strain on that group, so we've moved it to Protective Services. And that's been working quite well. It's a good match for the fact that Protective Services already deals with things like illegal dumping. And it's worked well FTE-wise to be able to have better attention and quicker response time to public inquiries. So that's something that's worked well, and I think we will keep it there. I'm not sure if you're seeing any public difference. Hopefully, I know we have a lot of inquiries right now just about delayed fall pickup. But I think the things we've done to restructure the public's access on the website, how the public can see and know how to make inquiries of it if they need help, plus our service improvements and where we've put FTE to support the inquiries are going to make a good continuous difference in people being able to get answered quickly. And one of the last things I wanted to comment on before I turn it over to you for questions is one of the emails I had sent you talked about creating an employee intranet. So I wanted to mention a little bit about the value of that. I think we've all heard from staff through various means that there isn't enough internal communication. This is a normal way that businesses communicate a lot of things, and what it will do is put a place where we can post news about everything that's going on. So anyone doing a major project in our business that's public impacting can also post a little bit of information there, and also give staff information and direction on how they can work to support it with the public. We really don't have that now. We have our public website and we have the banners and things across the top for different public announcements and news. But we don't have anywhere to discuss it with staff and explain more information about how they can support things. And for overall communication within our business, what I'm seeing, and I think what council sees or has heard, we're very siloed. Different groups and departments are not sharing enough with each other about what they're working on and what successes they're having. So having a place where we can note these things is a really useful communication tool. And I think what I like best about it is we didn't just invent this. It's a normal thing that most organizations our size have. So it's a pretty effective communication tool that we've been missing. And I think any of you that have worked in an office environment with a larger organization would know and see there is an employee internal intranet, usually called an intranet, and there is the ability for a lot of news and business sharing to take place there. So those are my main things for right now that I wanted to review with you. Are there any council comments or questions?
Councilor Morrison.
Thank you. Thank you for this information. It's always useful. You indicated that there were items with regard to financial reporting on which you wanted to give updates to council.
Yes.
If they are also going to be useful to the audit committee, could we do that at a meeting of the audit committee, or when that specific period is allocated that you're going to give us this information, to bring in the citizen member of the audit committee so that person can hear as well, so that when we have the meeting of the audit committee to consider, the citizen member will have the same information as all the other members of the council?
Very possible, yes. Yes, leveraging that committee as much as possible and where applicable, definitely.
Thank you.
I think a key message I want to get across to you is you haven't heard a lot about our annual reports yet. I've given you a few updates by email on general progress, but we want to share a lot more information with you. And yes, the activities of the audit committee are critical, so we're going to need to get that going during the audit process.
Thank you.
Councillor Bennett.
Is the intent to have councillors be able to access the intranet as well?
Initially no, because it's not going to work through far away.
It'll be physically
because it's just internally. We'll keep looking at that. I'm going to share pieces of it with you in reports, at least initially, to give you a feel for how it's working. I would dearly love to find a way for you to be able to see it, because it's going to be really valuable for, just like it's valuable for staff, it's going to be valuable for you. On day one, though, we don't have a technology solution to let that employee internet be seen outside of an office desktop.
Councillor Morrison.
On that point, so when you say internet, are you talking about a separate web page?
Yeah, it'll be an employee internet, usually referred to as an intranet.
But I've dealt with intranets before, and what they are in essence distribution lists. So with regard to Councillor Redden's report, I thought it would be an email-based system, but it's not. It's a web page.
It's a web page, yes.
Okay.
How many of you have seen these or used these in other businesses? I probably don't need to do too much explaining. I'm optimistic about it doing a lot for us, because we do have a big business communication gap, and this can do a lot to fill it. And the fact that with the great help of our technology team, that we can get it running, and there are no upfront costs to get it running, is a big bonus.
I just have one comment, if I could, on the financial reporting that Doug mentioned. I'd like to see, and I don't have the ability myself to determine what should be in it, a regular financial report to council, whether it's every month, or every 2 months, or every 3 months. I can't say at the moment. But when I was the managing partner of my law firm, I had basically 3 things I looked at every week. We had a meeting every week. First of all, I looked at where were we on our line of credit, because law firms don't have money in the bank. You work off a line of credit. There are reasons for that. Whether it's $500,000 or $750,000, you always kind of got a feeling where you were by looking at where you were in your line of credit. The other thing you looked at was your receivables. Okay, that's our asset, your receivables. Are they up? Are they down? You know what? How come our receivables are so big? What's going on? Can't we collect these? You know? And then the other thing was how many billable hours have we got listed that we haven't billed for? The lawyer's getting their bills out. You know, so these three numbers, you can figure out what's going on in a snapshot just like that. And I'd like to see if we could have something for the councillors financially, 3 or 4 financial numbers. I don't know what they are. Maybe you can't do it. Maybe it's too complicated. But I'd like to see some financial report like that. What we got today about the capital projects, wonderful. Loved it. Terrific. If you could get that on a regular basis, and we don't even know how much money we have in the bank from the internet project. I've asked for that, right? We're making decisions and we don't know how much money we have. How can you run an organization like that? So I don't know if I'll be around when we get this, but I'd like to see that developed so that we get a regular report to council of our financial situation, and not just once a year do an audit committee or the budget report, like something regular.
May I answer that, Warden?
Sure.
Our new manager of finance is very eager to be in front of you a lot on a regular basis, doing just that sort of thing. If you have specific asks, though, of specific items, that's something we would definitely want to hear from you. Chances are it's going to be covered, but if you have specific needs and asks, we would want to hear that from council.
Deputy Warden.
Thank you. Seems to me a little over a year ago, our Councillor Hudson had asked that very same question and said and told us that it was a matter of routine that every month or so you should get I forget what you call it, a financial index statement or some to tell us where we were at. And anyway, he asked, that was asked for over a year ago. Maybe a couple of years ago now.
Anyway, I think it would be helpful.
It would be helpful.
Anything else for the CAO?
Thank you.
If not, we'll thank him for that, and I'll call an adjournment. It's 12:15. It seems like it takes an hour and a half for people going to restaurants. We do have a fair bit of work this afternoon. I think most of you are in the habit of going to a restaurant, so we'll take an hour and a half, come back at 1:45, but I am going to start at 1:45. Okay. Welcome, everyone. This is the continuation of the Committee of the Whole meeting for the County of Annapolis. Could somebody get that door? We're going to, the next item on the agenda is going back to the cat bylaw, animal control memorandum. And there's a motion on the floor to, what's the word I'm looking for? Repeal the cat bylaw, and a copy of A44 cat bylaw was circulated to the councilors that are here over the break, and I hope that those of you on Zoom have had an opportunity to pull it off the screen during the lunch break. So we open the floor. Again, the motion on the floor is to repeal the cat bylaw. Councilor Sheridan?
So in doing so, what happens to the cats if somebody calls and complains? I mean, years ago they used to euthanize the cat. Like if some kind of officer came along, is that what we're going back to?
Would Ms. Mason, I guess you'd be the person to respond, would you?
If we are no longer picking up cats, that is the answer. We will not be going to do anything with them if we receive a call.
And who would they call if they have a cat issue? Like
PCA?
And then they would come out and euthanize it?
I have no idea what the procedure will be. My understanding is SPCA does not euthanize. But, yeah, we would not.
So we could get an accumulation of cats very quickly. I do know of this one person that has 9 feral cats now because the mother had kittens twice, and they've called, but they weren't able to collect the cat, the mother cat, to get it. So now there's 9 just in one backyard. So it's going to grow. This is going to be a serious problem with cats in the county. I don't know what the answer is.
Well, we ought to.
Councilor Cotw?
I'm familiar with the case that Councilor Sheridan is speaking about, and I think it can quickly snowball. I hate to see us repeal it. I don't know what the answer is. I just, as a cat person, and I know some people are, some aren't, but we've got a couple of rescues. We've had as high as 4 rescues here. But you can only take so many. I hate to see us completely repeal the act of the bylaw. I don't know, you need the wisdom of Solomon to figure this one out. You really do. But it's going to be a problem, as Councilor Sheridan says, that will continue to grow in the future.
Councilor LeBlanc?
With the feral cat situation, that can be dealt with the trap neuter system that we have now, wouldn't it?
Was that a question, Councillor LeBlanc?
That is a question.
I think the question was whether the catch and release program could deal with the feral cats.
They can if the property owner is willing to continue to look after the cats, but not every person who has feral cats hanging around the property wish to go through the program because they don't want the cats on the property.
So there's problem number 2.
Yeah. There used to be a program, feral cats, once they were neutered, could often be offered to farmers to become barn cats, where they still have feral tendencies. I don't know if that's even in place anymore, but I have heard of it.
Councillor Deputy Warden Gunn, next.
Thank you. You know, I love animals. I really do. I have 2 cats at home, and I look after them, and I have a dog, and I look after all God's creatures that come in my yard. You know, that's who I am. But I don't feel, as a taxpayer, that I should be in charge in the direction of feral cats. Feral cats are a wild animal, period. They're a wild animal. Now, I do have a problem sometimes with raccoons, and I don't like skunks around my property. So I really wish that perhaps we could have a skunk bylaw where we pick up skunks and raccoons and neuter them and release them. You know, that's what a feral cat is. A feral cat is a wild animal. Are we in charge of all the wild animals? You know, the taxpayer of the county. I don't believe they are. We are. It's just like rats. It's just like all the rest of them, right? It's a wild animal. It's a feral animal. Wild. I believe that it's good. If my cat goes missing, I'm going to darn well go look for it. And if we have this cat bylaw in place, still in place, if my Fluffy goes missing and gets picked up, well, now I have to go to the county and pay them a fee for it, whereas chances are if it was in my neighborhood, you know, I would just find him and get him back. So I don't really see where the citizens of Annapolis County should be paying to look after feral cats and other people's cats. I just don't feel that. I believe people should be, I don't know how that will work, but people should be able to have to take responsibility for their own animals. And I don't see where that's the taxpayers' business to be doing that. I do have a question with the amount of cats we have. So if I look at the report in 2022 says number of rescues is kind of conflicting. The euthanized rescue agencies, 64. I'm adding it up and it says numbers processed, 61 cats.
Deputy Warden Gunn is on page 50 of 151.
50 of 151. But if I go to our county Facebook site, it says that the cats in 2021 were 10. Or no, cats were 25, sorry. And in 2022, we've got 18 today. We've had none since August. That's what our Facebook tells us. Now, one or the other appear to be wrong. Dogs, it says we've had 10 to date. And in 2021, we had 10 dogs. Dogs are a separate issue, I realize that. But cats, I'm a firm believer that we need to just cat bylaw gone. It costs us a fortune. I'd really like to know what a feral cat costs us to deal with, not just in getting it neutered and released, but time-wise. I know our bylaw enforcement officers, make something. It costs something to drive those trucks back and forth. It costs us a lot of money to keep this cat bylaw going. I really believe that we need to repeal it. Perhaps we can find another way to deal with cats without having a bylaw. Don't know. Maybe if it's a friendly cat, I don't know, we pick it up, we look for the owner, I don't know. But I really don't believe that this cat bylaw, the A4 cat bylaw, is really any good to us. I'd like to, and I stand by my motion, that I would like to see us repeal it. And I'd also like to know, when it comes, no, I'll leave that for a different time. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Councillor Redden, next. Did you have your hand up?
No,
I could be wrong.
Always not.
Yeah, there's, I don't think I had my hand up. Anyways, I'm curious what happens to our trap, neuter, return program if we repeal this bylaw.
Ms. Mason?
There should be no effect. You still can have a program running that does the trap, neuter, return, because we don't pick them up. That is basically on the property owner to make that program work. They pick up the cat, they take it to the vets, have it done, and they take it back home again. So that is not within our bylaw.
So how is that? Well, I saw that we neutered them in our bylaw at some point. So that's only cats that we pick up through the...
We may. So when we pick up a cat,
Right.
we may have it spayed or neutered. But when we started with SPCA, they advised us to not do the work because they can do it for much cheaper because they have their own lab.
Okay. So, option 4 in the report was if we're no longer picking up cats, expand the county's trap, neuter, return program. So, what is our trap, neuter, return program?
So right now, if I may, Gordon, a person contacts us, tells us they have a problem with a lot of ferals. They may be hanging out in their barn. They don't know where they came from. They buy properties and they're already there. So basically what we do is we lend them our traps because they are traps that meet standards. And they are acceptable with the vets to take the cat to the vet office in that particular type of cage. The process proceeds. They are spayed or neutered. They receive rabies shot. They get checked to make sure that they're not carrying any major diseases that could spread through the community. And they go back to that person's home and they have somewhere for them to shelter in, which may be a barn or some such thing. And they provide all the services that the cat needs from there. They're taking responsibility for cats. They're still not necessarily owning them, but they will take responsibility for those cats at any time of their life.
So we don't pay for the neutering, we just...
Yes, that's what this program does.
It pays for the neutering.
It pays for the neutering, the spay or the neuter. And then the council has been putting money into that budget for several years now. It has... It's had its ups and downs. COVID kind of messed things up because the vets weren't doing anything. But I would say we probably had 40 for the program just this year.
So, I seconded this motion to get rid of this bylaw, and I'm still, I think, in favor of getting rid of this bylaw. However, as Councillor Sharon and others have pointed out, feral cats are a big problem, and they're not just a big problem that they're a nuisance, they're an ecological disaster. The early numbers that came out of bird counts in Wisconsin from probably 15 years ago indicated that cats in North America were killing on the order of 1 billion birds a year. Largely feral cats and not Jonathan the domestic cat. research since then, and I don't remember the details of it as much, indicates that the data from Wisconsin was fairly optimistic. We in Annapolis County are part of a major flyway for migratory birds. Some of them are geese, which, despite some cats' best attempts, are not very vulnerable to domestic feral cats, but a lot of birds are much smaller. So, although I'm content to repeal the bylaw, in large part because it doesn't affect our trap and return program, I do strongly feel we need to be doing something to manage feral cats. There's a lot of barns around. As an example, there's lots of other places feral cats live. But that's my thought there. I also wanted to say that there's a distinct and large difference between an invasive species that has gone feral and a native species that is naturally lived here for several thousand years. That's all.
Councillor Longmire?
Thank you. And I was, what Councillor Redden has said, I was going to say a bit of that, so I'm going to let him have that been said. I won't repeat. But we do have to do something with ferals. I would feel horrible that we would kibosh a bylaw. You're not going to get rid of them. We do have to be in part, some way, managing it. It is costly, and I do know that there's great groups around us that do a tremendous amount of good. They condition feral cats and are able to rehome them. And I know it does happen on all sides of us in Middleton and in Digby. And I know locally in my district, there's a group that work avidly with these feral cats. No, they can't take them all. I don't know what the solution is. There's just not enough volunteers, there's not enough manpower around to do it all, and the cost is huge. I am as well a dog owner and a cat owner. I've had ferals and have had great success. I would find it tough to swallow that we wouldn't be part of doing some part. I guess I would ask the question, is SPCA, are they in contracts with other groups, like other municipalities around us? Are we the only one that they have changed their desire to have an agreement with?
Ms. Mason, can you answer that?
We do know that SPCA does pick up cats from other municipalities, but not in an arrangement such as we have. Kings County has an arrangement because SPCA does all of their animal control. But my understanding is, in speaking with their officer, is they only will take in cats that have no owners in the assumption that the owners are reclaiming the animal.
Anyone else? Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
The A4 bylaw is a bylaw about cats who were owned by somebody. The A4 bylaw is not about feral animals. It's about cats who are owned, companion animal, kitty cats. It's not about feral animals, it's about.
So how do we know they're owned? Just because they appear domesticated?
I think I put that to Ms. Mason. I did speak to her over the break about that.
Right?
Unless someone has chipped their cat or the cat's wearing a collar, we don't know until we get a call, we go out and try to pick up the cat. Sometimes a feral cat can be very silent until you get it back to the pound and try to transfer it into a cage, and then you find out how feral that cat is. So it's been very difficult for us to determine that when we're getting animals. they don't like being thrown in a cage.
Well-
They're friendly, feral.
That's right. And I would also say to that, because I have homed ferals that have been reconditioned and made great home cats. If they were put in a situation where they were they were picked up, they're going to go back to their trauma and they're going to fight back. And that's just the nature of the beast, right? So it's hard to call what we think we know as domestic and what is feral. So yeah. Thanks, Sarah.
Councillor Hudson?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just for my own clarification, I'm going back to page 50 of 151. And at the top there, they talk about the numbers. And it says in 2022 for the 5 months, we processed 61. And the line below that is that the number to the rescue agency is 63. Now, the ones that went to the rescue agencies, those would be friendly cats. I would assume, not feral cats?
No, we're seeing shaking of heads, Councillor Hudson. We're seeing, Ms. Mason is shaking her head to your comment. You may not be able to see her. So I think, I take from that we're picking up both feral and domestic cats.
That's correct. But all that number, it just seems to me that if more going to the rescue agency than are being returned to the former environment, which is basically over a wild cat, right? No, just to me, the numbers don't show that we're not really doing much with feral cats at the present time. I mean, we processed 61 and we sent 63 to the rescue. So anyway, just
Ms. Campbell has a comment in respect to your comments, Councillor Hudson. Go ahead, Ms. Campbell.
Perhaps for point of clarification, the numbers in Joe's report do not include the number put through the TNR program. They're two entirely different set of statistics. And to the question of feral cats, it's really difficult to draw a line on what's a feral cat, what's a fearful cat, what's gonna crawl up on your knee, be a peddler cat. When you pick them up and take them into the pound, they're traumatized. And it takes a few days for them to settle down. And honestly, there's no clear line what's gonna be a feral cat and what's gonna be a cuddly lap sitter by the time you get it home.
Okay, are we done? We're done. With the cats? Can I put the motion to the floor, looking around? I don't see any hands up or anything, so the motion on the floor is to repeal for the cat bylaw. Call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. All those opposed, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see 5 no's, so I'm going to call for a hand vote again. Yes, raise your hand.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Opposed? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a tie vote, the motion fails. Correct? So where does that leave us? We just move ahead to the status quo?
Another day.
For now. Anybody who wants to bring it back, I guess, can bring it back. Is that where we are? Councillor Bardo first.
This goes back to what we got left in the Lord's why we're here to start with is when SPCA dropped us and why dropped Apples County and not everybody else. I guess one was wondering why we were segregated. We had a contract and we need some more explanation on that. And if that hadn't happened, everything would be just chugging along. as it was. So I'm still concerned maybe we,
I think Ms. Mason hears you, and she'll take that under advisement. Ms. Mason, did you hear Councilor Barnum?
I did.
Maybe you could have another chat for what it's worth.
I have actually, when the letter came from SPCA, actually, I wasn't here. Don did have a conversation with SPCA. I've had a conversation with SPCA. They're still saying they were taking too many cats from us that they could not rehome, and their concern, of course, was that there were ferals in the route, and they just do not have the capacity in their facilities to manage and care for that many animals. Although when we had the contract taken out, as you may have noticed, we made an arrangement that they were going to get whatever cats we got, up to 175 a year.
and we have to reach that.
We never reached them.
Okay, I'd like to move along, but I did see Councilor Reagan's hand there. Okay?
Don't
All
worry.
right, thank you. So we're back onto the agenda, and we're at the 6.1. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
We're at the nominating committee recommendation 6.1, which is on page 136. Would you, Deputy Warden, would like to read that?
Yes, sir. Recommendations for the Bridgetown Area Advisory Committee, not more than 5 citizens. That municipal council extend the citizen appointment of Brandon Lake to the Bridgetown Area Advisory Committee, satisfying section 29C of the policy to November 30th, 2024.
Is there a seconder for that? Councilor Hudson, second. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes, opposed, no. Motion's carried. Next is 6.2, the information report from the Trans-County Transportation Society, which is at page 137.
So because these come from outside organizations, they do need a motion to receive.
Move to receive the information.
Yeah, the outside.
Deputy Warden, would you make the motion?
Yes, sir. Move to receive for information.
Is there a second? Councilor Crowe seconds. Discussion? Councilor Morrison.
I'm the Annapolis County representative on the Annapolis Regional Library Board, which is an outside agency. And my reports have never been subject to a vote.
Have they been circulated separately like this?
Yes.
Must have been really oversight.
Motion on the floor is to receive for information. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion's carried. Next is the 6.3, the Remo Advisory Committee recommendation, page 138.
Here we go. Recommendation that the municipal council approve the Annapolis County, Lunenburg County Mutual Aid Agreement as recommended to all Annapolis County Remo councils by the Annapolis Remo Advisory Committee.
Is there a seconder for that? Councilor Morrison seconds. Discussion? I just had a question. I see that Mr. Ord isn't here. I assume he brought this forward. If you go to 139, in the middle of the page, it talks about what happens when there's an emergency that requires more than one municipal unit. It says the request for assistance shall be made by the CAO at the request of the mayor or warden of the party affected. And then it says the request will be forwarded to the receiving CAO for discussion with that party's mayor or warden. So I took it from that if there's a big emergency somewhere in a different municipality and they reach out to Annapolis to help, that the CAO contacts, in this case, me, and we decide. I don't go to council. I don't call the deputy warden. It's just the two of us. We make the call. Is that the way it is?
That's the way I understand it.
Well,
That's the way I read it. Councilor Morrison?
what it says is the request will be forwarded to the CAO or designate for discussion with that party's mayor or warden for discussion. And then the extent of the assistance shall be rendered at the discretion of the responding party. And I took responding party to be the municipality, but it's a good question.
The receiving party in my example would be the receiving party as it's referred to in the previous sentence. But I guess it's true, but the only point I'm making, and nowhere else does it say that anybody else is making any decision other than the CAO and the warden. Councillor Redden?
I seem to recall that when we passed our Remo policy in general, we were all kind of looking at this going, well, this is a lot of authority sort of lumped on the warden.
I recall that.
That's my recollection, yeah. So although it doesn't say it here, that would be my...
I guess in an emergency, you don't have time to call a council meeting and have a debate, right?
No.
That's why you get paid to do that.
But the word party refers to the municipalities.
Correct. Any other comments or discussions with respect to the motion on the floor? Councilor Bardo?
No financial implications here, and it says that the requesting party is responsible for any extraordinary or unusual costs. So, I mean, so it's a matter of confidence in staff. What's the help?
Guys, where are you reading from?
Number 3.
Number 3.
Oh, number 3. It says the requesting party.
I understand that.
It says extraordinary or unusual costs, as opposed to, I guess, normal costs.
So if they called us, they'd be responsible. We called them, we'd be responsible.
Yeah.
But it says extraordinary or unusual costs, so I really can't help you out in interpreting that, to be honest with you.
That's a matter of great discussion.
Yeah. Deputy Warden?
Thank you. If a municipality declares a disaster, say we have a disaster here, and we declare the disaster, well, then we can go back to the federal government and they'll help for those costs. So it would only make sense to me that those costs that might be borne by another municipality come help us, would that municipality be reimbursed? Because we would make the ones making the application to the federal government for, aid. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but I don't know if that's the way it would work.
I'm quite sure
I can't help you out.
Yeah, I'm quite sure that's the way it
And
works.
you'd wait 5 or 7 years.
Yeah, a long time, yeah. And if you justify it.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed? No. Motion's carried. Next is the 6.4 Planning Advisory Committee recommendation.
Recommendation. Let's get this right. Yeah. Bridgetown Land Use Bylaw Map Amendment Application 271 Granville Street, PID 05149976. That Municipal Council give first reading of its intent to amend the Bridgetown Land Use Bylaw map to rezone the land identified as parcel PID 05149976 at 271 Granville Street in the community of Bridgetown from institutional I-1 zone to the downtown commercial C1 zone, and to set Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022 at 11 a.m. for the public hearing.
Second for that? Councillor Hudson seconds. Discussion? Madam Clerk?
So, when we get to council next week, can you make a decision on your council procedures policy by changing the council date back to the third Tuesday? This date was set for a fourth Tuesday. You could have a special session of council on this date of November 22nd, because there's a second item that's also coming for a heritage property public hearing that was set for the same date. Linda, do you need this date, the 22nd, to meet your parameters?
If your municipal council for October is on the 26th, then the November 22nd date is what will work.
Will the November 15th date work?
Or October 15th. November 15th date, no, because of the timing of an ad that must be placed in the paper. It's a 2-week ad. The first ad must 14 days prior to.
I hear you.
So the timing doesn't work if you shorten the hour.
Got it.
So I will ask the question again at council in October about this date, because you can change it at that time, and you can.
I'm told we can't change it to meet the timelines.
It won't meet my timeline unless you want to do council next Tuesday instead of your.
If Tuesday, November 20th, next, when we go to council for October, and you're reviewing the recommendations made today, and if you change your dates for council back to the third Tuesday from the fourth Tuesday, you could, at that time, with recommendation that's stating Tuesday, November 22nd, call that as a special session of council. That's all I'm trying to say.
That's all right.
So
Same date, just call it.
different thing, but I'll have to ask the question next week after the other motion is made. I just want to bring your attention to that.
You're welcome. Any further discussion?
Who was the seconder? Sorry.
Who was the Councillor Hudson seconded? Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. That is carried.
I don't vote on the way to make it.
You're a great help, Karen. Okay, where are we? 6.5. Lawrencetown Source Water Protection Committee report. So these are committee reports from Councillor Redden. Do we need to receive these for information?
So moved.
Councillor Redden moves to
Receive for information.
seconded by the Deputy Warden. So the first one is the Lawrencetown Source Water Protection Committee. Are there any questions? Comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Motion's carried. Next is the Fire Services Committee report from Councillor Redden. Councillor Redden, are you going to move?
Oh, I'll move that to
Move to receive for information. Deputy Warden seconds. Discussion? Discussion? Deputy Warden?
The county policy, and this is the fire services, this is all the fire services. Did they ever bring up the GST? Or not the GST, what am I talking about? The gas tax, what I was referring to this morning.
No, but you mentioned that this morning.
Isn't that very funny? I've been approached by 3 different fire chiefs, but it's very odd that they haven't brought it up.
We're meeting the Annapolis Valley Fire Services Association, and that's a couple of chiefs and deputy chiefs who kind of act on behalf of all departments. So a different department elevated to that. So the layer between the chiefs you're talking to and
that's Annapolis Valley.
No, it's
of course, it's Annapolis County
Fire. It might be county, you're right. I may have mistyped that.
All right, thank you. Thank you. And they haven't talked about a So they've been talking about a fire services review. That's been another thing a lot of people have been bringing up.
Yes, there was preliminary discussion about that, but not much substance. It was mostly just, there was a fire services report. It's 10 years old now. And so there was some discussion around it. That would be something it's objective to move to in the future with the committee. It's not something we're talking about now necessarily.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Councilor LeBlanc?
Yes, thank you. I was wondering if they were talking about lack of volunteers in our county for the fire department.
No.
They haven't. So they seem to think that we have quite a few different levels of different ages of volunteers coming in.
Wouldn't go that far. It just wasn't brought up as a specific concern. I think the main concern around fire departments would be halls and their general state of repair would be their single biggest kind of concern in that sense. My experience from a couple of the fire departments is that they're very cohesive units that have long tenures for their volunteers. So I don't think they're feeling that crunch quite as much as some of the other places that have been talked about in the news.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Motion's carried. Next is the Fences Arbitration Committee report. Councilor Redden, you're on roll.
I would move we accept that for
Receive for information?
Yeah, receive for information.
Deputy Warden, you second?
Sure.
My only question was, what was in the letter?
Yes, we sent a letter.
You sent a letter, but
I would have to confer with staff, but I think if we were going to divulge the content of the letter, we may require a FOIPOP request. But staff could correct me on that. I don't know where privacy sits there on things, so
it's not important. It's just
voluntary.
The report just said there was a complaint and a letter was sent, so
I don't think that can get
fair enough.
Yeah,
I don't need to pursue it.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
Councilor Morrison, did you want to say something?
Just a question of interest. I've never been involved with a committee that had an alternate. But my understanding of an alternate is someone who, and I know from talk around the table over the years, some alternates don't go to the meetings and some alternates do. Who is the county member for the fences?
Yeah, this is an interesting committee in that it's all laid out by the Livestock and Fences Act or something like that. So, so Councillor Cotw is the regular member and I'm the alternate. What it says in that act is about this committee is the member of council is the chair. So it's a very strange sense in that even with an alternate, I'm not the vice chair, I'm still the chair as the alternate. Because the member of council is the chair that shows up.
But,
so Councillor Cotw wasn't available for this meeting because he was away.
okay. So Councillor Cotw is our member.
Yeah.
But he was away.
And I'm the alternate. But it's
Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah. So I read through the act a couple times in preparing this. Yeah.
All right, any further discussion on the fences matter? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed? No. Motion's carried. Next, Lawrencetown Village Commission.
Move to receive for
Oh, you beat you to it. Moved by the deputy warden to receive for information, seconded by Councilor Red. Discussion. I had a question. Where's the village water set, do you know?
Yes. So if you go through the village and you cross the bridge on Morristown Lane, if you look down to your right, there is a creek. That creek going north until you hit the Inglesville Road up on top of the mountain is the eastern boundary. Then the western boundary goes over anywhere from a couple hundred meters to about 3/4 of a kilometer at the top of the mountain, and encompasses the supply for 3 separate wells.
Okay, yeah, I was just wondering whether it was up on the South Mountain or whether it's down below on the flat. That's all.
The wells are all down on the flat, but the
walking,
goes up quite a ways. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Motion's carried. Next, the Exhibition Society.
Motion to receive for information.
Deputy Warden seconds. Discussion. Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Contrary, no. Motion's carried. Thank you. We go back to my agenda now.
I would like to thank Councillor Red and Councillor Craig last month for using the new forms for those committee reports. I appreciate it. And they will both tell you that they received help with them.
So the next item on the agenda is the warden's report. I have 3 matters to report on. On September 20th, I attended a meeting in Greenwich hosted by Michelin with other Annapolis Valley mayors. The president of Michelin Canada hosted us along with the communications head from the Waterville plant. He brought us up to date on how Michelin went through the pandemic and what the current situation is at Michelin. The important takeaway from the meeting was that Michelin is looking to hire 100 new workers in the Waterville plant by the end of this year. Any particular education level is not required. Rather, any applicant only needs to pass a test on their ability or adaptability to operate their machinery. Secondly, I attended an interim IMSA meeting on September the 21st regarding a King's Transit electrification grant matter. I reported on that at the September 27th council meeting. Thirdly, on October 5th, I attended another interim IMSA board meeting, again with respect to the electrification grant proposal. And I'm going to report in a little detail on that. You will all remember the discussion that we all had around this table on that issue last month. My instructions, to use the legal term, were to convey that to the interim IMSA board. So what I did is I had prepared remarks, and I prepared by going over the history of the relationship between Annapolis County and the other municipal units in the Annapolis Valley. And I pointed out that there have been some rough patches over the past few years. And I pointed out that this new council, came in to change all that. And that we had changed the administration, we had changed our legal advice, we resolved the litigation with the other municipalities, we resolved the litigation with Valley Waste, we resolved the regulatory matters that were in the courts. And then we joined the pilot project to work with the other municipal units in the Annapolis Valley with respect to Valley Waste and King's Transit, with the idea that something could be worked out that we could all be one happy family again. So I went through that history. I won't bore you with it now. And then I went to the reason, then I went to the fact that we were not going to participate in this grant project. And I said there were 4 reasons, and I'll read those to you from what I said at the meeting. I said, first, the project as disseminated called for Annapolis and Digby to contribute close to 40% of the funding, yet receive 22% of the benefits. This is grossly unfair. The benefits of the grant should mirror the financial contributions. It should be apples to apples. The suggestion that the allocation of funding to the grant project be based on the financial contributions in the 2 years prior to the pandemic for general operation of King's Transit has no direct relationship to the benefits or funding of this grant. It is apples to oranges. The method proposed to allocate the required funding was not equitable. Secondly, Annapolis wants to electrify our fleet. We do not want hybrids. We want to keep contributing. We do not want to keep contributing to climate change. I appreciate that currently in 2022, under this grant, full electrification of the fleet in Annapolis and Digby may be difficult. However, rather than paying close to $1 million now for hybrid buses with a lifespan of 10 to 15 years, we wish to further explore the provision of more charging stations, the availability of fully electric buses, and the eventual integration of a fully electric transit fleet in the Annapolis Valley. The short time frame of this grant proposal did not allow for this. We will reluctantly continue to use our diesel buses until we can explore the use of electric buses. Hopefully this will be part of the King's Transit review and the pilot project, and part of the transit study, which will be part of that process. Thirdly, we are asked to pay about $1 million to participate in this grant project. Approximately 11 buses are to be purchased, 4 fully electric buses for King's municipalities, 7 hybrid buses for Annapolis and Digby. Despite contributing the $1 million, Annapolis will not own any buses. They will all be owned by King's Transit, including the 7 hybrid buses. With Annapolis having no contractual relationship with King's Transit, that makes no commercial sense. Fourth, Annapolis was not consulted with respect to whether some alteration in the grant proposal might allow for a fully electric fleet, such as the new electric bus garage being built close to the King's Annapolis line, such that with the creation of more charging stations, a fully electric fleet might have been developed. We hear you that such was considered not possible, but we would have appreciated being part of the process. We indicated our commitment to the IMSA pilot project about a year ago. So those were the 4 reasons that I set out, which I do believe accurately reflect the views of this council at our last meeting. However, I wanted to hold out an olive branch. And so to finish up, I said, so all of that being said, Annapolis County remains optimistic that the IMSA pilot project involving a complete review and reassessment of Valley Waste and King's Transit can produce a fair and efficient model for an Annapolis Valley-wide provision of waste management and transit services. We feel that Valley Waste is appropriately named. We look forward to the day when King's Transit is replaced by Valley Transit. And we look forward to working with all of you as the pilot project proceeds. So those were my remarks at the IMSA meeting. So there was silence when I finished. And to be honest with you, I was waiting for somebody to say, well, thank you, Mr. Parrish. We understand your concerns and look forward to dealing with Annapolis in the future, or words to that effect, right? No. It didn't happen. Sandra Snow, the mayor of Kentville, said after this silence, well, where does that leave Middleton and Annapolis Royal? They're going to be left without service, she said. Well, they're not going to be left without service. The status quo remains. So that was that. Then Mayor Mattard, who's the chair of the interim board, asked Amy Boyer, the mayor of Annapolis Royal, what she thought of it. And she said she essentially agreed with everything I said. So then, unfortunately, Mayor Mattard made the comment that after looking at our video of our meeting, which he did, he wasn't as optimistic about the future as I tended to say in my remarks. So I have to say I was very, very disappointed with that response. I don't mind saying that publicly. And what it tells me is that we have a lot of work to do in this pilot project, that we need to, as you know, I won't be here. The new warden will be driving this bus as of next month. And so that person has to have their wits about them, and we have to make sure that we're in control of the situation as much as we can from the Annapolis Valley point of view, is the way I feel at the moment. So that's my report. Any comments? Okay, I don't see any, so I'm happy to move along.
Thank you.
Councilor Bardock?
Are we working on a limited agreement, like there's no talk about negotiating our current contract?
That's going to come up actually. Are you talking about the Valley Ways?
Yeah, I guess you can't compliment one with the other, but yeah, that Valley Waste is.
The Valley Waste contract, we did enter into a contract at a certain amount per tonnage, and that was recently increased, and that's going to be discussed in camera because we're going to discuss negotiating that contract. So that'll come up later today. Okay, so where does that leave us? At 7.2, COVID-related policies and practices. There was a draft motion, I believe, from the Deputy Warden. Page 148. His remarks are at 148, but there was a motion.
A motion on 150. 150.
Would you like to put that on the floor then, Deputy Warden?
Yes, sir. I move that Annapolis County Council rescinds the following policies and procedures created by staff and council. 2.7.8 COVID-19 proof of vaccination policy, October 19th, 2021. To 2.7.9 COVID-19 response policy, October 19th, 2021, and amended July 19th, 2022. Standard Operating Procedure Workplace COVID-19 Prevention Plan, October 20th, 2021.
Is there a seconder for those motions? Is there a seconder for those motions?
Are they three motions or one motion?
We probably should do them in three motions, don't you think? Although...
yes, they're read as one, and you're using the plural is why I...
yeah, but Deputy Warden, should we break these into separate motions?
Sure. Okay, we'll start with the number one. I move that Annapolis County Council rescind the following policies and procedures created by staff and council. 2.7.8 COVID-19 proof of vaccination policy, October 19th, 2021.
Is there a seconder for that? Councilor Redden seconds. Discussion? Councilor Redden?
I broadly really can't emphasize how much I'm in favor of vaccination in general, and that people should be vaccinated, and that the science is rock solid and things like this. However, I am happy at this time to rescind this policy because I've always had concerns about mandating people to do things. Is not necessarily the most effective way to do it. I mean, there are times when it is there, but people have choices. There's a balance of rights versus what some of us want. So I'm happy to rescind this.
Any other comments? I'll make a comment. I looked up these the first two. There's the proof of vaccination policy is 2.7.8, and there were two of them on the website that were slightly different, if I remember correctly. They're slightly different. Can somebody tell me why there were two on the website?
I think
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Campbell.
it looks to be like one wasn't updated because the name changed and replaced twice. So one would be in effect and one would likely be the old one that got replaced. And it likely was my error or not my responsibility.
Okay, so the one that is likely to be the one in operation is the one that talks about counselors,
Yes.
because the other one I had didn't talk about counselors. So the one that's in effect is the one, and they're both under 2.78 on our website. Okay, so I'll take it that it's the one that talks about counselors, and the motion is to repeal that. So thank you for that clarification. Any other comments?
Right here.
Councillor Prout?
Thank you. More question than a comment. I'm just curious if a state of emergency were to be declared in the future by the province or the country, could or would these policies be able to be reinstated in a timely manner or not? I'm just curious.
I'm just trying to, can somebody answer that, Ms. Campbell?
Yes. Just a simple answer. It takes 7 days to put in place a policy.
So if we repeal this policy and another state of emergency was declared, then we have to bring forward and create a new policy, but it could be pretty close to our older one, right?
Thank you very much.
Councillor LeBlanc?
Just to expand on what Councillor Prout was talking about, that we have a policy, we're going by proof of vaccination right now, that we have a policy that states so that we don't have to have a lull of 5 to 6 weeks of starting a new policy, whatever the policy could be called. Can't we have it so that it automatically kicks in if the province mandates whatever they mandate? Or is that not an option?
I'm just looking if I can, it's possible, I guess I can tell you it's possible. I'm just looking for where it is in the policy that talks about a state of emergency being declared. That's what I'm looking at.
It doesn't.
I don't see it in the one I'm looking at.
The next point I want to make.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know we don't have to show proof of vaccination anymore, and the government has told us to ban crossing the border. That's done. However, to my surprise, here's on TV a commercial from our federal Dr. Cotw.
Yeah.
Telling how important it is to have and keep your vaccinations updated so that the spread doesn't know or you don't get sick. So, I'm getting 2 forms of information from the government, realistically, and that's obviously paid by the federal government. So So what I'm trying to say is, I'm not opposed to taking these down. However, I would like to have a policy ready so that we don't go scrambling to redo a whole policy on some other type of vaccination we have to take. Never mind that it's COVID-19 or something else. So is that possible, and we said to have something ready so that we can just, in case of emergency or in case of whatever you want to call it, policy?
I guess basically if I could help you out, I don't know if you're looking for assistance, but you might want to amend the motion that instead of repealing the policy, we suspend the policy pending the declaration of another state of emergency.
So I would rather see that. At least we then now have something in place, whereas we have nothing in place, and it takes weeks to get in place.
Can we suspend a policy? I guess we can. I'm just asking Ms. Campbell, can we suspend a policy?
That was going to be the next question.
I don't see anything in the Municipal Government Act that provides for it, but I have been told there are a couple of municipalities that have done just that. I'm not sure what the legal effect is of doing that, but I guess it's all about council's intent. So if you suspend policy, you're making it not enforceable, but having it readily available that it can be in effect again. So even though the MGA doesn't provide a suspension of a policy or a bylaw, the MGA doesn't say you can't do it. So it's about council's intent, I guess.
Now, I'll just go back to Councillor LeBlanc. So do you want to make that amendment, Councillor LeBlanc?
Yes, please.
That you amend the motion instead of repealing to suspend pending the declaration of further or declaration of state of emergency. Is there a seconder to that?
So just to suspend rather than rescind.
Yeah, rather than to rescind, it's to suspend pending the declaration.
Pending?
Yeah, because she wants it to come in automatically, so she doesn't want to have to bring it back to council. She wants it to come back once there's a state of emergency. Zap, it's in. Right, Councillor LeBlanc?
Well, yes.
Yeah.
So we might have to change some things in it, but that's,
Pending, okay, pending.
Pending
I didn't do that.
a declaration by the government of a state of emergency. Is there a seconder to that amendment? Is there a seconder to that amendment? Councillor Bartow seconds. Now, on the amendment, I did see Councillor Sheridan next.
I was just curious, so by suspending it, we wouldn't have to give a 7-day notice that you're gonna reinstate it? Or would you?
No, I believe we would have to do the same thing. It would be a 7-day notice again. However, what it would shorten is the length of time for it to be ready to go for the 7-day.
Because it's just sitting there dormant until you're using it.
And in fact, we would try to keep it updated in the interim in the circumstance to have it ready. So it should shorten the process.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Longmire?
So this is the proof of vaccine, right? The proof of vaccination policy. And we're just talking solely counselors? Or is this?
No, it talks about employees, I believe.
Okay.
It was confusing to me,
Right.
as I said.
Right. So, we're obligated to work in a safe environment. We're in a safe workplace, and regardless of whether we're counselors or employees or staff or whatever we want to call, we have to be, in my opinion, proactive. And I find even in the word suspension and then a 7-day notice reactive. We're nowhere near out of COVID-19. If you're following the news, it is on the rise everywhere. The nursing homes are on lockdown again. Hospitals are burdened. There are no beds. We've already gone through a situation here locally with meetings last week that were held to discuss a new model of care for the Annapolis Community Health Center. And at that meeting, those meetings were held following COVID protocol. 6 feet distancing, masking, notifying, RSVPing so that, or sending in your desire to attend. So you could not just show up at the door and expect a seat. The fire hall is small, and so would only entertain at best, I suspect, maybe 100 people, socially distanced. That was not the only places that you'll see, demonstrating that still commitment to prevention of transfer of a virus that has caused great concern in our communities and our province and in our country. Doctor's offices you cannot walk into without wearing a mask. Dentist offices as well. My workplace, be it hospital, be it nursing home, I have 10 of my 23 employees out right now with COVID-19. I have an outbreak in this facility with the residents, as other nursing homes do. I take quite pride in knowing that I kept them as safe as I possibly could. However, once the province opened up, and I might say, federally, provincially, they set a minimum standard. We have to set another standard if we want to keep each other safe. Whether it begins and ends with COVID-19, CDC is telling us, public health is telling us, the news is telling us, science has shown us that the variants morph and they become new variants, and we are now experiencing a multitude of variants. So it's not just one, it's not just Omicron, as everyone, got really friendly with, but it's other variants. And now the symptoms are even that much more vague, so it's very difficult in a natural world where you don't have to isolate, you're encouraged to. You don't have to report, but you're encouraged to do a test, a rapid test. You don't have to go and do a PCR for proof. If you don't work in healthcare or vulnerable settings, you really can go about your own business and do as you see fit. But remember, it does put somebody else at risk if you're not being responsible. I find it problematic to want to be among organizations and groups that don't take another level of commitment and responsibility. Healthcare is burdened enough as it is. There are no beds. You show up and you're sick and you're needing an ICU bed, I can assure you, there's probably going to be on a long wait list. And there have been people die that probably otherwise wouldn't have if this virus hadn't been among us. So the vaccine policy for me still stands true. You suspend it and then you do some new hires, right? And then there's no policy in place. What are you going to do then when you bring about that policy? Are you going to make those employees go out? Are you going to try and come up with another solution? It's kind of always being reactive. Health, we have to be proactive. If we really are committed to each other, we have to stand far more committed than ever. Yes, travel's open. Of course you can get on a plane right now and not wear a mask. I've traveled. I still chose to wear my mask. My heaven's sakes, I have to come home. I don't know who I'm going to cross paths with. I don't want to bring it unnecessarily to another human and affect their lives or their families or their workplaces. And remember, the fallout from different viruses, we don't know what the other complications can be from those viruses. So yes, some people say I got a mild symptom. I had a headache. Wow, I didn't even know it was COVID. That's right. That's how easily you can still continue to go on with your normal day. But to somebody else who comes broadside of you, you can affect their lives, if not take their life. So, we are an extension of a part of government. We're municipal, yes. There are employees that we work with. People do walk through this building and they do sign in, and the sheet still says, do you look at the protocol? It's an honorarium. It's the honor system. Is someone actually going to come in here and say that their cough is a new cough to them? there are too many variables to play around with being reactive. I just don't see such an issue, but I guess I come from another point of perspective, perhaps. So I'm in favor of leaving it in place and not suspending. I don't choose to want to be reactive. I want to be proactive.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
All right here.
Deputy Warden.
Thank you. I don't know how if it plays any part in reality. Self-care is also something people talk about. We all talk about the government and such looking after us. They're deemed to look after us. But we all got to start looking after ourselves. And that's probably the best we can do. I have a friend that's 93 years old. She had COVID. But what put her in the hospital was a silent heart attack. She thought she had a cold. Nova Scotia related repealing of mandates or lack of mandates with an emphasis on Southwest Nova Scotia. I just got a little list here. In February 28, 2022, Halifax Regional Municipality dropped their vaccination requirements for employees, volunteers, and service providers. On March 2nd, the town of Digby, 21, the town of Digby approved a COVID-19 response policy, which assessed risk management and implementation measures such as hygiene measures, limiting travel, monitoring occupational health and safety issues across the community and work sites. No vaccination requirements were mandated. The Digby municipality, however, has no COVID-related policies listed on their website. In March 21st, 22, 84 civil servants returned to work at the Province House, Nova Scotia, when vaccination requirements were dropped. In September 2022, Kings County staff prepared a report recommending that they repeal their vaccination policy. And that's going to be discussed at their October Committee of the Whole. East Hants has no record of COVID-related restrictions in their policies, but does outline a COVID relief plan for those struggling to meet taxation payment deadlines. West Hants also has no sign of a restrictive policy relating to COVID or vaccines. The municipality of Clare also has no sign of vaccination mandates in their policies or in minutes from their meetings. The Region of Queens municipality created a vaccine mandate policy, Policy 93, in December of 2021. They were taken to court by an employee who was fired for not being vaccinated in January of 2022. They repealed Policy 93 in March of 2020. July 5th, 2022, Nova Scotia removed remaining COVID-19 restrictions to the public, including the requirement to isolate if sick. It's now a recommendation. And vaccination requirements to visitors at high-risk facilities like nursing homes. It's just it's a suggestion. The District of Yarmouth County created a COVID-19 vaccination policy in November of 2021. It's since been repealed. Lunenburg Municipality did not implement a vaccination policy, but instead offered testing. Bill 93 was implemented in September of 2018. The Nova Scotia Accessibility Act defines a barrier as anything that hinders or challenges the participation in society of persons, including a policy or a practice. The Annapolis County Accessibility Advisory Committee created a report and submitted it to the council in January of 2022. In it is the recommendation to embrace Bill 59 and remove barriers for people, including hindering an individual's full and effective participation in society based on their health concerns. Repealing mandates across Canada. February 14, 2022, Saskatchewan drops use of vaccine passports across the province. February 28, 2022, PEI lifted vaccine passport system. March 14, 2022, Ontario lifted vaccine mandates in schools, hospitals, and long-term care homes. March 12, 2022, Quebec removes vaccination passports. March 18th, hundreds of New Brunswick government employees return to work when province dropped COVID-19 vaccine requirements. We have a labor shortage. This kind of thing doesn't help it. April 4th, Ontario government workers no longer facing vaccination requirements. Unvaccinated employees return to work. April 4th, the city of Ottawa dropped restrictive vaccination policy as unvaccinated employees return to work. April 7th, 22, PEI municipalities that had implemented mandatory vaccination policies dropped the requirement and removed testing requirements. April 8th, British Columbia removed the use of vaccine passports across the province. April 8th, 22, the city of Victoria removed its vaccination mandate for staff. Other municipalities that had implemented any restrictions quickly followed. June 1st, 2022, Newfoundland removes mandatory vaccination policy from government employees. 30 employees return to work. June 2nd, banks across Canada removed mandatory vaccine mandates for staff. June 14th, federal government suspended domestic travel restrictions for unvaccinated travelers. June 25th, Stellantis lifted vaccination policy for Ontario auto workers after a ruling that would challenge the restrictive policies in place since October 2021. June 20th, 22. Federal government lifted COVID-19 vaccination requirements for federal public service and for transportation workers, both domestic and outgoing travel. June 21st, 2022, Toronto Police no longer require employees to be vaccinated. More than 100 Toronto police officers had refused vaccination, and their class action lawsuit is still underway, joined by other police forces across the country and the RCMP and the Canadian military. Hamilton Police had lifted their vaccination requirements in February. July 18, 22, Alberta Health Services dropped vaccine mandate for all healthcare workers. October 1st, ArriveCan lifted no more testing or masking requirements for either vaccinated or unvaccinated travelers. Now, that's just a little list. And I'd like to go back to my original statement. Testing is now reserved for those who are symptomatic or have known or suspected exposure of someone to COVID-19. Isolation is for those who are symptomatic or have tested positive. Contact tracing is now restricted to healthcare settings, high-risk congregate settings. I suggest, as outlined by the CDC, individuals now get to choose what preventative measure they do to implement work based on their own risk tolerance. We do. Every time we go out shopping, we go to dine or attend social and cultural events, attend public meetings, or even visit our neighbors. We've been seeing the lifting of federal and provincial restrictions for 8 months now. And it's time to remove all restrictive policies and practices based on vaccination status. The province has never required COVID-19 vaccinations for municipal level employees or elected officials, and has in fact insisted that no public be denied full access to public services and offices, regardless of vaccination status. We have public who attend our meetings, present to council, and who serve on municipal committees, and have never had to declare their vaccination status. And it is time to allow people to manage their own risk at work. To rescind these restrictive policies and practices from the municipality of the county of Annapolis. Thank you. That's what I have to say about all of that.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. Other comments? Other comments, discussion? Motion on the floor is to amend the original motion and replace it by a motion to suspend the vaccination policy until a state of emergency is declared. So I'll call for a vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say yes. Yes.
Yes.
All those opposed say no. No. I count 9 to 1. The amendment is passed. So we now go to the main motion. Anyone like to discuss anything further on the main motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Again, I'll repeat the motion, which is to suspend the AM 2.78 COVID-19 vaccination policy until the government declares another state of emergency. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those opposed say no. No. And 9 to 1. Thank you. There's another policy, Deputy Warden, that you want to bring a motion on? That was the vaccination policy, the COVID-19 response policy.
Okay. I move that Annapolis County Council rescind the following policy created by staff and council, 2.7.9 COVID-19 response policy. I think that's it. October 19th, 2021, and amended July 19th, 2022.
Is there a seconder for that? Is there a seconder for that? Councilor Redden seconds it. Discussion? I think it would be helpful, Ms. Campbell, if you could just point out the difference between the COVID-19 response policy and the policy we just dealt with, the vaccination policy. What's the difference?
Sure. The response policy has a much wider scope in regards to the procedures that would be put in place in a circumstance in regards to hygiene, travel, other aspects other than vaccination. Whereas the first policy you dealt with is strictly about vaccination. This has to do with the other protocols that were put in place to help protect everyone in our work environment. If I could also at the same time, I would draw your attention to section, I believe it's 7.1, which talks about standard operating procedures, because I note that the next motion deals with standard operating procedures. So this policy also authorizes standard operating procedures being put in place by the Chief Administrative Officer, which they were. So it would not be up to council to repeal standard operating procedures, because this policy, and in fact, best practice by all municipalities is that standard operating procedures are the purview of the Chief Administrative Officer, because they're very administrative in nature.
Thank you. I'm just taking a look at it to see if this again refers to the state of emergency. There is a definition of crisis refers to a public health crisis or emergency as defined by public health and government authorities. I don't see it jumping out at me. It's defined.
My recollection is it does not contain.
You don't think it does? Even though it's defined, crisis isn't defined, okay. So I take it what you're saying is that the COVID-19 response policy doesn't really talk about COVID-19. It talks about other, yeah, go ahead.
So it talks about all of the other operational considerations for preventative measures. It specifically does say COVID-19. And so it's things like ongoing monitoring, mandatory absences, precautionary absences due to travel, hygiene, PPE, I believe, is in there. So it's all the other things other than vaccination, which were protocols that we put in place to try and protect our work environment.
Could I just...
Did I rescind that motion?
Sure. You want to amend?
No, I want to rescind it. I want to withdraw that motion that I just made. If that would be all right.
Well, if it's up to the secondary.
And the reason being, I think there are parts of this that are important for the safety of our staff. If people start getting, people should wash their hands, and I want them aware, that that policy, that response policy is good. I should have probably read it more, and the reason being, I do remember it now, and yes, it is. If you're sick, you should stay home. If you've been around somebody, you should be careful. It's more of staff being careful than actually having to be vaccinated.
Yeah, it doesn't talk about vaccination.
It doesn't talk about vaccination, so I'm quite happy to rescind that if it's all right with my second.
Okay, so the motion's withdrawn?
Withdrawn, thank you.
So, can I just ask a question?
Sure.
On that? Does that, because I don't have the policy in front of me again, does it say anything to testing?
Okay,
that may be something they...
Does it say something about testing? Now you're going to make me find it again after I put it away.
I can't remember which one did.
An obligation to test yourself?
Yes.
Or?
Yes.
Travel. It says the municipality will continue to monitor the situation, may update these risk management procedures as needed. It says during the COVID-19 outbreak. Well, that's an interesting question as to whether we're in the COVID-19 outbreak, because it was meaning something before, but I agree with you, we still are in a state of emergency outbreak.
No, it doesn't.
So you're saying, what do you want me to look for?
I remember one of those policies stating that, maybe it was the vaccine one, I can't remember, where you were required to test if you weren't vaccinated, but if the vaccine policy died or has been suspended, then I'm just making certain that, is that something that is still in there? That have you read it thoroughly?
Oh yeah,
just to make sure that we're not overlooking something that...
I may not have it because it goes on for 3 pages, but it says, in the event that an employee is unable to attend work due to the following COVID-19 containment procedures as set out by public health authorities, including voluntary self-isolation, and to contact the CAO, and they may be required to not attend at work if they're concerned they're exposed to the virus, even if not displaying symptoms. Is that kind of what you're looking for?
Yes. Yeah.
Ms. Campbell, did you want to say something?
So it is not in the response policy, but it isn't a standard operating procedure.
Right.
And in fact, there's quite a bit in the standard operating procedure that isn't in the policy, things like contract treatment, sharing and use of county vehicles. So kind of the nuts and bolts and the really specific requirements that apply only to our employees are contained within the standard operating procedure.
Okay, thank you. Just taking a look at the,
Where would I find the standard operation procedure? Other than policies and bylaws and stuff, but I don't see standard operating procedures. Is that even on the?
No, because those normally are shared as public documents. They certainly could be posted someplace so that council could access it, for example, on
Excuse me, could that be repeated? I didn't hear the question, and I kind of heard the answer.
Ms. Campbell, would you state the question and your response, please?
Sure. The question was whether standard operating procedures, and this one in particular, are available for councillors. And currently they're not shared on our website because they're not considered public documents and they change frequently. But what we could do is make arrangements to have a spot on SharePoint for them to be continuously updated and available to councillors.
Thank you.
So the next item on the agenda is the urgent request from Mayor Mood, Town of Yarmouth. I believe that Councillor Morrison wishes to speak to this.
Yes, thank you very much. I know we've all had a chance to read the letter from Mayor Pam Mood of Yarmouth with regard to the remaining and being of the Yarmouth Ferry. I move that the warden, on behalf of council, write a letter to the Premier with copies to all other MLAs stating, inter alia, that the ferry is a valuable resource. It creates positive effects for our province and its citizens. And we strongly support its retention.
Is there a seconder for that? Deputy Warden, second. Discussion? Councillor Bardock?
I think it does have positive effects. I guess on the previous runs on it, I was a little perturbed by the fact that province is paying for upgraded and maintenance of structures in the U.S. And I would discourage contributions into that any further. That was not good use of our taxpayers' dollars. I mean, if this is a two-way street, we look after things on our end and support it as much as it can, but I don't think that we need to prop it up for the U.S. citizens on their end. I think that due consideration has to be applied to that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Sheridan?
I just want to say, sometimes we have to spend money to create good for our economy, and I think this is a good use of taxpayers' money in that sense. I know it's a lot of money, and it seems like some people say they're throwing it out the window, but when you see the spin-off from it, I think it's a terrific gain for the province.
Councillor Proud?
Thank you. I would agree wholeheartedly with the comments of Councillor Sheridan and Councillor Morrison. I think, especially for our particular western region, it allows the people coming over via the ferry to spend a few days here coming, perhaps even on their return trip if they don't go through New Brunswick on their return trip. It is an investment in Nova Scotia hospitality, tourism, you name it, our wineries, our restaurants, our motels, hotels, campgrounds, you name it. I think it is something that pays huge dividends. It won't happen overnight. I mean, we've been without this for a number of years, and then we've had COVID for a number of years. But this is an opportunity for immense growth, particularly in Southwest Nova, in my opinion. So I'm wholeheartedly behind this motion. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'll take my turn. I will support the motion. However, I have hesitations. My hesitation is that I just do not know whether the money that the province is paying for the ferry, which is millions of dollars, is a good investment or not. If you balance the advantages to Southwest Nova versus the cost. It may be a good deal, it may not. I just don't know. I've read as much as I can about it. I read everything that I ever see about it. I see that it appears as though the province is paying almost half the cost of the ticket for people. The subsidy is about half the cost of what people have to pay to use the ferry, which doesn't sound really like a good deal. Councillors, please. It doesn't sound like a very good deal to me, but I just don't know. So that was my hesitation. Do we as a council recommend to our provincial government to do something not knowing whether it's a good thing for the province to do or not? That was my question to myself. However, we are the council for the County of Annapolis, and our obligation is to do what we can for our residents. And it's clearly a benefit to our residents, and therefore I support the motion, speaking for the County of Annapolis, and so I'll be voting in favor of the motion. Anybody else? Councillor Redmond?
I think your last sentence really hit it, Warden, and that it's a benefit to our residents. I don't see how it could be a detriment to our residents. I have so many questions about this, and if we were putting any dollars in, I would articulate most of those questions, but I'm happy to support a letter.
Deputy Warden?
Thank you. I'm very happy to support the motion as well. I remember when one of the former governments dropped the ferry in Yarmouth for the saving of $3 million a year. And we've spent, I don't know, probably $30 million a year or $10 million a year every year since trying to get it back and get it back up and operational again. And and I watched the decline in Yarmouth. My God, Yarmouth took an awful kick. And so did Southwest Nova. And many businesses I know, tourist-related businesses, you know, they were hurting all the years the ferry to Pleasant County, right up through the county too. And we need that connection somehow. I as well sure think it's an awful thing that we got to put all this money into it year in, year out. Why something substantial can't be set in place. But, and as well with Councillor Bardo, I agree that so far most of the cost to put it back in has been borne by the Nova Scotia government, not the United States, or where the ferry lands. Apparently it's not that important to them. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Councillor Longmire?
Thanks. We're surrounded by water, and you have your up above the top of the province. You can, come across from St. John. You can drive from Maine and come around and come trickling down through the province, or you can start in Yarmouth, come across on the ferry, and likewise in Digby. It is, in my opinion, an expense. However, there are services that we do have to support along the way that will help hopefully yield better outcomes for businesses and whatnot. So, would everyone who starts at the top of the province travel all the way to Yarmouth to a business to see it? I don't know, maybe not, right? So, those opportunities up at the top, in the middle, and down towards the end into Yarmouth, and how they come around there to the South Shore and all the way up, to Halifax. I know hopefully over time we'll see an influx of travelers again and businesses thriving again, and certainly, we need that. So I support the letter.
Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Those opposed, no. Motion's carried. Thank you. Next is to amend the CAO selection working group. So you'll remember at the council meeting, there were 5 councillors selected on the CAO hiring working group, and Councillor Bardo was on it. Councillor Hudson, whose name was in, but his name was drawn out of the hat, so he was removed. Councillor Bardo has now indicated he's prepared to give up his seat to Councillor Hudson, and Councillor Hudson has graciously agreed with that, and he'll go on. So we just need a motion to recommend to council that the CAO working group, we call it a working group, CAO hiring working group, that Councillor Bardo comes off and Councillor Hudson goes on. Moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded. Deputy Ward seconds. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed, no. Motion's carried. We're down to the in-camera portion of our meeting today, and so we've been at this now many hours. It's 3:30. So I'll call for, should I call the break after we go in camera or before? What do you think?
You can probably recess now, and then when you come back, you'll be coming in.
Okay.
Do it after.
Do it after.
Do it after?
Okay, after the recess.
Okay, I'll call a recess of 10 minutes, and we'll come back at, 7 minutes, come back at 20 to 4. Welcome, everyone. This is the resumption of the Committee of the Whole meeting for the County of Annapolis. At this stage of our agenda, we're going to go in camera. I'd ask for a motion to go in camera in accordance with sections 22.2C, personnel matters, and 22.2E, contract negotiations of the Municipal Government Act. Deputy Warden moves, seconded by Councillor Hudson. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Motion's carried. Everybody, we're back to the public session of our Committee of the Whole meeting. The next item we're going to deal with is to amend the order of the day. And I'm going to ask for a motion to deal with the former item, I'll just find the number here, 5.11, Seaside Communications Payment. If we could amend the agenda to deal with that at this point.
Move to amend the agenda.
Moved by the Deputy Warden, seconded by Councillor Longmire to amend the order of the day. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. All those opposed, no. Motion's carried. So we're dealing with the Seaside Communications payment, and there is a recommendation on page 95 of 151.
Recommendation. I recommend that Municipal Council authorize the payment of the amount of $177,410.30 to Seaside Communications to be expended from the sale of the internet.
Is there a second for that? Councillor Longmire seconds. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. All those opposed, no. Motion is carried. I believe that concludes the business of the day. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved by the Deputy Warden, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Opposed, no. Motion's carried. Thank you, Council.